Good afternoon, everybody. Apologies, a little bit of a technical hitch. Yeah, a little bit of a technical hitch. Not sure what was going on there. I think I've sorted it. Yeah, welcome everybody for another day of trying to find stuff. Right, they're all disinfected. We don't want any part bandages going in there. Cook that cock. Not giving my hat out. That's not for freshies. We've got purple backpack, purple backpack. Was they wearing a red shemag?
Hands up.
Yep, it's there.
One down. Ah, car 54 for the $20 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your weekend. That's very kind. Thank you very, very much. Absolute legend. The next boxes of nails or 4 dials for you. How about that? Oh, there's too much stuff on here. That's very kind. Thank you very, very much. Legend. This is always a good indication if people have been through the industrial, and I'm a little bit later starting than normal through technical issues. Basically, it didn't. Sometimes when you start the stream, it doesn't start on YouTube for some reason. Oh, that's the bookcase. The TikTok drama. Well, drama, but the TikTok issue is still going on. I don't know. So I've deleted and I sound like a broken record, so I apologize. But I have deleted the short that allegedly was causing the problems. So I deleted all the ones with no views and left the ones that had views, and I uploaded the one where I got attacked by the wolves and I got hand-bugged. I uploaded that one, and apparently that violates community guidelines as well. So I'm really not sure what to do. Really not sure what to do. Because I could sort of see the other ones where, you know, well, I can't, it's a computer game, but yeah, someone does get shot in the face when they're on the floor. But again, no issues on YouTube for all the shorts. And so that one, yeah, that one also violates community guidelines somehow. You know, I don't know, but you can't talk to anybody. You know, they've got their AI response, and that is the response. So I'm going through the whole submit an appeal. Well, I can't submit an appeal because I can't find any sort of like message. Drunken Dave, welcome in. Just having a little TikTok rant. Well, not really a rant. I don't really rant about much. Frustrated, yes, but rant, not really. I'm going to leave this here. Yeah, just, you can't get anywhere. And I've asked them, you know, well, asked the AI, can you, you know, tell me how it violates it? And they've just said, send us a link again. And all they're going to say is, it violates community guidelines. You know, I think there's something up with my account. I think. But we shan't let it stop us on our hunt for nails and Ford Isles. Lock's still on. They'll never keep us down. They'll slow us down, but they'll never stop us. Netting. Yeah, and I can understand there's probably some real dodgy stuff that gets, you know, people try to upload. I fully understand having to have measures in place. We've always said we need to come up with a, you know, a catchy, a catchy quote. Justice, I reckon. I can't be too... Oh. A little bit of a lag there. Still lagging a little bit. So like on stream. No, that's all still good. We shall never surrender. The thing is that they're all very good. I think they're all very good. You know, I would be my usual serious self and have something like, I've seen bigger saplings, or something like that. Call that wood. I've seen bigger saplings. obviously, but that would completely destroy any sort of like credibility in a phrase of a group, because some of them like always hope. Yeah. Just always fun. Welcome in, Wes. Hope everything's well. HJS. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we shall never surrender. May you know, may your rod always be a two-hander. I don't know. May your rod strike fear. See, I'm just getting silly now. But growth is hope. That's another one from the Overlook. So they are good, and I don't want to obviously detract from theirs. You know, they're obviously, you know, the key thing is hope. You know, that is the thing. There is always hope, and growth is hope. So that, you know, you see how they go hand in hand. May your wood always be hard. Yes. May may your swamp cock always be zesty. I don't know. You see. A zesty swamp cock, but again, I think. Yeah, I'm sure we'll come up with something. And there's no sort of like silly suggestions, because but I think when we hear the right one, I think everybody will go, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, 100%. It's always better if Gideon or Couch tells the story, because I'll probably ruin it. So, up by the dam, near where we got ambushed, so between us and the summer camp, there's a dam, Bart's Pond, the Fireflies call it, because that's where Bart was laid to rest. So the Woodsmen, when they first set up, that is where they lived. I think they got permission from the Fireflies, and predominantly Harry Churches was you know, that shelter's gone. These shouldn't be disappearing, even if there's. Oh shit! Their flag's gone. Oh no, it's not. Oh, fucking up. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be. Oh my god! It's gonna be a long day. No, just when I saw that their shelters had gone, they shouldn't be disappearing, unless somebody's taken them down. I'm going to do Lally. It must be the heat. Yeah, so they lived in the woods, and that's where they got their name from, the Woodsmen. And they weren't really a community group as such. I don't think that's what they intended, because Couch will tell you that he didn't like dealing with people. He just wanted to live out in the woods and, you know, not, you know, not get, you know, live their own lives in the trees. Oh, thank you very much. And then so they built a base, and because there's no buildings there, there had to be a built structure, like the you know, the base mechanics. So there had to be panels and towers. But because of the location, it was extremely easy to get into. And I think a reporter came round and published the location, like new base. I don't think it was done maliciously, but new base found such and such. Mayo would never perish. And I think because it was just like unsustainable to live there, so I think Gideon, Couch, and there might have been some others, had a good think about what they wanted to achieve. And I think they decided on being a community group. So where's the best location for a community group is obviously on the coast predominantly, and that's how then they picked that building for foot traffic location, not for defendability, not for fighting out of. It was supposed to be, a point of interest that was easily identifiable for people in need, and that's why they've set up where they are. So yes, if we were building a base to defend out of, we would pick a different building. We've had a lot more attention, the last couple of storms, the last couple of seasons, and because of what we do, that's a perfect location for what we do. But for every other purpose, it's horrendous. There's and they've been going for 2 or 3 years now, We shall fight in the meadows, we fight in the country, we shot in the field. We will never surrender. And we are, like you say, we're one group in a massive, and again, people who don't get the server or play it, but they don't get that interested, But if you can afford the time to get into it, everybody, all the groups started at some point, and they've run with what they've got. Yes, we will fight them in Prigoroki. We will fight them on the hills. We will fight them in the swamp. Now then, we shall fight them in the meadows. We shall fight them on the concrete. We shall fight. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. Trooper or Aces High. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I'm going to try the industrial over here. We've got our own little epoxy shed. I just don't think we get stuff spawn here. I really don't. So they've all got the potential. They all have. Oh, we need epoxy, but... Dogs. We got an outhouse. No, they're not on the roof. Why, I'm sure you can find nails in there. You can normally find shotguns in here. There's another hoe. Another hoe. I should have checked on the garden and plot. Should have checked on the garden and plot. Gotta be nails and stuff in here. I'm trying to think the closest ones I've found, obviously Trailblazers and just in Cherno. I don't think we've found... I know Mimi found a 4-dial in the truck up by the Humvee. And it is just being persistent and lucky. So if we find another box of nails... No, sorry, if we find a 4-dial, we can put another door in the entrance because we've blocked off that other wall, so we're not going to get shot in the back undoing it. It's our code, Wes. It's our code for different locations. It's like the Church of the Reverend and Negan's place. They're all little code words. Yeah. Trailblazers. Yeah, this is where we got ambushed, and I think they were over. Now they either saw us coming down, yeah, and I think you've got an awesome sense of humour, Wes. I don't care what anybody else says. I think you're really funny. So he got shot. So they must have been at that house there, because he got hit here. So they must have been around either that house, and I ran into more planks here. Where did I go? Under that tree, I think. Or was it in this tree? I think it was under this tree, wasn't it? And they came running past and I whiffed my shots. It's a compliment. Yep. We're having to go. This is how tough things are going on the coast. Protection over fashion. And I think since this ballistic vest, or the biker vest, stopped you know, me getting coasted point blank with a shotgun. You know, I think as long as you've got a big backpack, that's the key thing. If you've got a big backpack, you can sort of get by without the additional storage. You know, I want to try and get used to just carrying one gun as well. But SKS is ideal for that. I think the Mosin has definitely got the oomph. Yeah, the Mosin's definitely got the oomph over the SKS, but the ability to be able to rattle off a few more rounds. But the thing is, sometimes you can rattle them off too quickly. So it yeah, for what, and we can find like the ammo. I've just been in here, haven't I? Yeah, we can find the ammo relatively easy, or you know, we don't find it in great abundance, but we can find it in little stacks around here. Yeah, we well, I think potentially, again, that's easy to say now because I can't prove it. When I was shooting at that dude running up the field, if I had an SKS, I might have been able to at least hit him. Might have. But again, you can't prove that because it won't happen. But just because the ability to fire a shot and be able to fire another one without having to chamber another round or load another round. Oh, superb. Yeah, just have the ability to fire off a couple more rounds. I might have been able to hit him. But because it does lack the oomph. But I remember on Livonia hitting somebody with an SKS shot and knocking them. But they bloody fell into the grass, didn't they? I saw them go down. And obviously lost them in the grass. And when I got close, they were already up and they finished me off. And not in a good way. Yeah, there's been some more updates on the DayZ dev blog. I don't know if you've seen that. Yeah, it was, and if I say so myself, it was a reasonable snapshot that I was able to take him down with as well. Again, he didn't see me. You know, I was like peeking from behind a tree. I saw him. He was running across the middle of a field, and I took a couple of shots. Saw he went down, but it was on Livonia, so it's quite overgrown even in the fields, and I couldn't see where the body was. And I was like running around. I think I reloaded just in case there was another one, and then lost where he was and was running around trying to find him. And yeah, he was already up or laying prone, or on his back with his gun out. Oh, there's a big box of nails there, look. 10 kilos. Jumbo box of nails. Oh, are they good? No, they're not. Yeah, that is, the thing. Do you rush in to check? Do you, do you rush in to check? Is there another one? That's yet one of the rules, isn't there? There's always another one. But even then, again, up at the airfield, I double blaze shot at somebody and put them down. I moved position to overwatch and then got flanked, because they, sometimes there's no right answer. The only right answer is if you survive, I guess, but that's not necessarily the best answer or the best response. You just never know. You just never know what's going to be happening. And I think as long as you learn something from, each time you're if you pull off a good shot. Oh, paradise is still just a flight away. I need to find that airfield. Watch out for bagheads as well. We've got police cars here. I think we have. Or am I getting all excited over enough? No, there's police cars here. Goop, goop, goop. Ballistics and stuff. Goop, goop, goop. Goop, goop. Yeah. I don't know if it's been hit before, possibly. But yeah, there's no guns or anything, is there? No. And I've spent far too long here as it is. Well, I found a heli yesterday that was, I don't think it's been hit. Yeah, British police, that's right. Hey, I didn't know they go into that much detail. But I think because of the loot pools and the different police events, I think it is difficult to, you know, like the heli crashes used to be the only place to get goop. That's why I still get excited when I see one, because that was your only way of getting decent guns, MVGs. So there was, I want to say, I don't think you've ever really had a bad heli, because there was, apart from Tizzy, I mean, Riffy was a boat, but it wasn't a gas zone, and there was never really much loot there. But now you've got, like, say, the trains that can spawn a lot. You know, the convoys. You know, I found 3 guns at the one convoy, you see, so does that mean that the next one is not going to be great? That's when I found that DMR VS98 and a Vega. I think pristine one, picking up the pristine ones, not too bad. Yeah, the countdown to Badlands, code locks. Yeah, like I say, I'll temper my excitement until I start playing it. You know, and there'll probably still be the odd little hiccup, but you know, they always say what you see now is in a development phase. You know, it might not be the end result, but it looked like with the code locks, you put it on, obviously you put a battery in it, you put it on, you then type the code in, which is a 6-figure code, and then you unlock it once you've set the code, and then you go back in and you have to lock it again. There's like different options on the spinny wheel, you know, so hopefully but yeah, six-figure combination it was. So I tried playing as a bandit briefly on Livonia, and I was terrible. I think I'd give it a go, but like I say, with any character, and I think it might be interesting to try, but quite often, you know, there's layers of being a bad guy, and I think the we all know there's not like, you know, there's layers to it. It's not just a case of robbing everybody you see, because that does get boring quite quickly. Uh-oh. Yeah, I suppose what I'm... Well, have you got puppies in your car or candy? Because I'll be there. I'll definitely be in there. But if you've not got candy, then I'll have to think about it. Welcome in, Mufasa. I think, yeah, it shouldn't. I would guess it shouldn't be difficult. It should still be fun. You know, it shouldn't be difficult to maintain. You know, and to do it right. Especially if you limit yourself just to eating people. Because I think that can be quite a challenge, to find people to, you know, to kill and eat, rather than just, you know, a long pork only diet. I didn't check this car, did I? They cornered me. Yoink. Would he ever snap? No, I don't think so, because he has an annoying habit of seeing both sides and picking the you know, the reasoning behind it, rather than them just being, you know. Yeah, so I think he's got an annoying habit of being understanding, but you never know. Yeah. Yeah, trying to like understand why things are happening, and it's, you know, understanding that it's not black and white. There might be a reason behind it. You know, which it can be annoying in itself. I know I say this every time I come here. What a horrible, you know, horribly eerie place, just the amount of people. I think I gave mine away, didn't I? Have I still got one on me? Well, let's swap that for that. Got another one on me now. I think think it would be fun to pretend to be I mean, not have like a character that is one thing and then the other, split personalities, but embed yourself somewhere, but get up to mischief, but have it so there's no way that could have been you. You know what I mean? But the implications of when it all comes out, I think you're finished. I think that would take a bit of... That would take a bit of work. Yeah, but you can't... I don't think you could have a... It couldn't be too far-fetched, as in, you know, you... Yeah, you couldn't... Well, again, that's something that might take a little bit of planning, but the trouble is streaming it. People may get a heads up. Oh, I'm going to need to just go AFK in the worst place ever. Probably going to get attacked by dogs or wolves. Actually, let me just... I'll be right back. Yeah, I just need to see to something. it back. We are back. Yeah, fortunately the uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, fortunate the queues aren't like they are. Otherwise you can't do that when it's full. I'd have to go in a bush. Let's go up this way for a change. Famous last words. Shut up. That's when they do that little squeal. You've sort of like aggroed them. I think that bark is the first. So we've got some closed doors. Oh, we do need to find a stick of epoxy for worm. Take that 3-dial. Why couldn't you have one more dial? It's a start. We just need to find one more dial. I wonder how many people, if the new digital code lock is six numbers, how many people are going to have like 2 numbers and then the rest zeros? They get fed up with typing in 6, but I think it's a keypad, so you should be able to go do it quickly and then be in. So on console, obviously with the keypad, that might be a little bit slower, because you have to move it round to things. You haven't got as far as I'm aware, you haven't got like the free. You can put mouse and keyboard, but generally you'll use a controller. It's a good start though, a 3-dial. At least there's a dial. That's half the battle. We just need to change that 3 to a 4. Oh, good lord. Faust. I'm not trying to read that again. Jonas threatened to shoot me. My pronunciation was horrendous. Hurt his ears. If I find a Mosen, I'll pick that up. Lobster, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, if I find a Mosen, I'll pick that one up. Because we are light. Oh, good lord. Of course. We are light on the ground. Well, I want to try Gerald as well. I've got to bring him out. I've got to try and think. The best placement. And try and go. Yeah, that will be his challenge. Is to try to go through a whole wipe without killing any infected. But his evil streak, killing the people that kill the infected, because he feels that passionately about trying to cure them. You know? Bit headachy. Come on, blue shed. Oh. No funny coloured glow stick. So we got so I'm not going round a twist. There isn't never a car here. I was getting confused with Kozlovka. So all is well in the apocalypse. I thought I was going crazy. Or I thought cars were getting stolen. I think I should be able to find the footage of where Day of the Beast. I think I'll have it where I managed to distract him when I was at that heli. That was quite a fun thing to get away from that. PDs. I'm going to have to check in it for 9mm because I have got (16, 17 rounds. Yeah, he doesn't want to hurt them. They're already suffering enough. Sweat. Just coming in. Please don't shoot me. How I survived. You know, that's how he was, like, literally like that. Come on, 9mm. Baton. Do a quick run around at the top. Nothing. Not even a shotgun slug. To the chest. This is Monk's shed, where Wes got tied up and shot somebody through the side here. Yep. Yeah, you were with us as well. Yeah, that was the shed. That was funny, yeah. I'd love to see the look on whoever's face it was when they opened it and you blasted them. Nothing. Let's just check up here. There was a garage behind here. I think I'm too fat to jump over there. Yeah, too fat. Box of 9mm, please. No 9mm. These are quite a way out. But I suppose if I've come in from that way, they might start a bit further over here when they spawn in. Need a stick of epoxy. Oh, brilliant. Dogs. I need to find something. My suppressor's going to go pop. Wolf flag. Shut up. Oh, brilliant. I'm Batman. I suppose the only thing we could also try and do is try and hit the industrial for explosives. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, God. I can empty it of items, but I can't empty it of water. Dang it. God. Good job there's no 506 around. Stop this. So I need to find a Wasser bottle. Or another cooking pot. I looked in here, didn't I? Yeah, when you get used to using something like that, it throws you off a little bit. I think that was worn when I had it, so it's gone through a few stages of getting beaten up. Here they come, I've just heard them. Straight on me, aren't they? Because I am running towards them. Matrixed him. Here they are. Oh shit, I shut the door. And now it's like a 3 kilo or 5 kilogram dead weight now. I should really drop it. So I don't think it's protecting anything now. Shut up. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, so it might be a good move to yeah, 5 kilos. I'll get another one, even if I fish one up. But that's survived a few shootings, that has. So we'll head up Kozlovka. We're doing it in a slightly different way, but I'll eat this because this doesn't, you know, this tastes a bit rough, but I'm sure it doesn't have the same like the calorie stuff. I don't think it has. Well, it is dog food. I reckon it's hey buddy. What does it say there? I can't zoom in. But it's all this level of detail. Minor, but there's so many probably elements of detail that just goes missed. You know, subtle little things. Like I don't know if any of you have used the editor much, but there's little, like in one of the chimneys, if you could never physically get there as a player, but if you look down into the top of one of the chimneys, the big smokestacks, there's a evil Father Christmas face in there. A random thing. And I think there's also, I'll have to check this later on, but in the barrel, so at the heli crashes, that's either the rocket or the machine gun on the side of the helicopter. If you look down the barrel, and again, you can only do this in the editor mode, there's another picture of, I think, like a gremlin or something in the barrel. There's loads of little things like that, and they're the only two that I've found. Should be able to look upwards and catch water in my mouth. But I am nearly out of 9mm. I need to find a shotgun or something. So there should be the caravan down here, I think. Yeah, they're the two that I've found. But there's probably loads of them that the designers have left their little mark. Come on. 4 dial. Have we got space? Is that 4 or 6? 6. I have not got space. You should be able to wear that under your helmet. Come on, Kozlovka. Play the game. I can drop the vest if I need to. So we're at the top, aren't we? They're the houses at the top. Let me see if I can get eyes on. Try and be a bit tactical. As cool as tactical bacon. I suppose I could fashion a improvised bow. Ah, Joe. Welcome in. I hope all is well. I suppose I could try and make an improvised bow. Just literally to save on. They're terrible, but it's just to save on ammunition that I haven't got. On the epoxy shed. Any convoy? Oh, is that a... Might be a convoy. Might be a convoy, or it could just be a... I think it's just a random... Yeah, there's no truck. There's no truck. Yeah, into August. Damn it. Into August already. I do need to find a water bottle. Is that a crowbar? Yeah. Jumpsuit jacket. I will just get onto the floor. Yeah. The apocalypse has become a dangerous place. A dangerous, dangerous place. It always has been, but... Unfortunately, functionality over fashion. Oh shit. I forgot I dropped my knife. Silly sausage. I'd get a red jumpsuit, pants and jacket. That'd be extremely fashionable. Ah. I think it's gonna. Yeah, I think it's gonna shoot his old lady down. Working boots. Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, hey Gideon, where you going with that gun in your hand? Bow, 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 bow. Well, just saying, Worm did try and punch out Buttercup for no reason. Epoxy. If you shout it loud enough, it'll materialise. Thank you. Remember, you always have to thank the gods when you find something that you're looking for. Shh. There we go. Come on. We've got to be lucky. We've got to be lucky. And... no, still nothing. Yeah, I saw, I think as they're about to finish, it's going to go on again today, hasn't it, Joe? That they're, it's like countries, isn't it? So you can see where that's going to go. I think they pretended to be part of the Russian group trying to get into their base, I saw earlier on. He was speaking to Coconut, and they're like, yeah, let's do a 72-hour one. Let's go all in. Ah. To leave you behind, unfortunately. Sam glasses. Yeah, I was, I saw it like bits and pieces. Because who would he? I think it was the someone from the Netherlands he was speaking to, or you know that the Holland or the Netherlands. Yeah, and it potentially going too far in the or not have. Again, it's a game at the end of the day, but some of the subjects are still quite sensitive, and yeah, it might get you into trouble if you're not careful, even though it's not intended. But you know, his response to anything will be USA, USA, and he plays that little, what do you say, back-to-back World War champions, that's what he says, doesn't he? Yeah, but he gets his that little, yeah, back-to-back World War champions. USA, USA. Ro Easton, welcome in. I hope all is well. No problem, no problem. Happy to have you here. Like I say, this is, I'm sure you know, this is DayZ RP server. We're on the hunt for nails, 4 dials and epoxy. They're extremely valuable on this server. You know, to the right people, you can get a decent gun for a box or 2 of nails, if that's what you're into. But they're more useful for the base building, with the epoxy being used for plate and ballistic vests. And the shooty groups, you know, thrive on epoxy to keep their vests in order when they're going up against other groups. We tend to trade with it. We don't really use, you know, I've started wearing a biker vest because you could, or a police vest, because you can repair them with leather, and they will. I took a shotgun blast to the chest a couple of days ago and was able to walk away, wasn't even cut. It's one of those games you'll either love or you hate, and if you've got the time, to, you know, there's plenty of guides on YouTube and stuff like that, but if you've got the time to learn the game, I don't think you'll put it down. You'll struggle to find another game, if I'm honest. But I'm biased because I got hooked on it on console. You know, it's an extremely frustrating game. You know, that constant of, you know, not gear fear, but starting again. You know, not seeing where the shot comes from, not knowing why you're sick. But the more you play, the more you can tick the, and I'll say like the PvE elements, if you can get to grips with them, I think you'll be able to, you know, the PvP is always a separate thing. You're either going to be really good, you know, or you'll have to improve. But quite often, like if I get shot going through these trees and it kills me, I don't even know where I've got shot from. So the only thing you can improve is your observation, potentially. You know, you don't even get to PvP. It's just PV. And the PvE here, as in the food and the environment, is a bit more difficult than official. If you can get to grips with it on here, you would think official's boosted. And a lot of people have played this as their first server, so when they go on to other ones, they shouldn't struggle with the PvE. Well, it was like me and Gideon, so we got ambushed a couple of days ago. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game or how many thousands of hours you've got in the game. If you try and push the environmental side of it before you're ready, so we both spawned in Berenzino and got attacked by dogs, and we were on the brink of death. As in, kept passing out. We were on the brink, but then we bumped into a guy that helped us out when he could have quite easily taken advantage of us, and we were able to get back. But that is one of those things that, as long as you don't give up, there's always a slither of chance, a slither of hope that you're going to survive. You know, you find that one can of food or that piece of that knife on an infected, which allows you to do the next thing. And I do think the game is all about choices. No matter what server you pretty much play on, what type of server you play on, it's all about choices. I prefer, you know, vanilla or official settings. mainly because I spent a lot of time on console. Yeah, it can be very niche, and I think, like I say, most people that have played it will come back. It's just sometimes depending on what mood you're in. Metal. Good evening to you, fine sir. Hope all is well. North of the border. Yeah, it's all, you know, the gun you choose. And I've said this before, so apologies if I keep repeating myself, because I do run on quite a lot. I like the fact that, you know, there aren't loads of guns, and the thing I like the most, I mean, if it ever came here, you know, but I like the fact you can't put all the scopes on all the guns, you know, because that's another one of those choices. You know, the PU scope is, you know, very good, but it's not a patch on the marksman scope or a hunter scope. So when you can get those mounts that you can put all the scopes and all the guns, again, this is my personal opinion, you might as well just have one gun, potentially. You know, I'm Suffolk in the UK. That's where I am. Yeah, so it's all about choices, and some guns are terrible, but if that's the only thing you've got, you have to make do with it. And, you know, the good PvPers are good with any gun, you know, regardless. And I think people get fixated on, you know, finding a DMR, but if you're a terrible shot, you can miss with anything. I asked one streamer, do you like stealth or kill? He said yes. Again, it depends. Stealthy, I mean, in this server, obviously I wouldn't really shoot at anybody unless I'm shot at. I won't do that unless they're a baghead. Then I'll take a baghead. I'll try and shoot a baghead if I see one. But slingshot. So if you can, Mimi, there she is, the nail queen. Yeah. So again, my take on it, and that doesn't mean, but if you're able to get through there without taking out any infected, and don't leave, you know, close doors behind you and bits and pieces like that, anybody coming through, you may get the drop on. But if you start like blasting away with, you know, taking out zombies left, right and centre, you leave that little trail, so somebody automatically knows. Same as dropped paper. If you leave dropped paper on the floor, people know that you've been around, so then they're on the alert. But I do tend to try to leave the infected up, because, you know, if I was standing here and I think I killed some, but you'll see a zombie aggro, you know, so, and that was a good, you know, or if you see a dead infected on the middle of the road that you didn't leave, that's yeah, the thing is, I've got this on console, and I not struggle, but I don't enjoy any game as much as this. I mean, it has its times, it has its moments, and this particular server, I'll always say, I've genuinely not laughed as much playing this, because we all like DayZ, or we all love DayZ, but this server in particular, I've not had the fun on any other server, and I've played this a lot now, so, but I am biased. But I've not genuinely laughed at some of the shenanigans that have gone on. and some of the things that have happened than I have on any other server. That's why I keep coming back. And I'll get Badlands when it come out. I might even pre-order it as soon as they potentially put it up. And there will be people complaining that it's an old game and they're charging. Well, don't buy it then. You know, don't buy it. That would be my only sort of like response, is don't buy it. But again, like I say, you know, to me, you know, if you're playing computer games, you're playing a game, and it should be enjoyable. If you don't enjoy it, don't play it. You know, I'll try other games. I don't mind Ark Raiders. You know, I've played Tarkov, but the PvE side of it, no, I haven't tried them. You know, I'm not saying I won't, but I haven't tried them. But it's each to their own. I really think it is each to their own. And if you don't, I couldn't think anything worse than playing a game you don't enjoy. That sort of defeats the object. There'll be times when, you know, you get DayZ'd, you know, you glitch, or you know, you get lobster hands or whatever it's called. Little bugs that happen. But I think if you're that much into the game, you don't like it, but it's part of the game. But I never understand anybody. You know, you can buy it and not like it and have your say like that. That's fine if it's not for you. But on console especially, I think they'll lap up Badlands, but PC, because we've been spoilt with the amount of maps, I think that's where there's that little bit of resistance. Because you know, they've had mods on a lot of the community servers for ages, the building mechanics, you know, which is fine. But console, oh, there's no convoy again. See if we can find another heli, shall we? Yeah, but I can't think anything worse than, you know, not enjoying something. I wouldn't play it, you know. I'm trying to think the other games that I played, you know. That Humanence or Human Z. That was a fun one. Seven Days to Die, I've played a little bit. But the trouble is, I think, and I played Rust recently as well. I can see how addictive that can be. No, I haven't. I do keep an eye out. And the thing with this server as well, there can be so much going on with some of the stories and the RP. Not all the time, but there can be so many things that are going on that you'll miss something. But it's always good to have, you know, something else to try. Boo! There's Blackthorn. I'm just going to pass through here. I'm not looting, honest. Just passing through. If I do find, like, I've got no space for anything, so if I do find anything, I won't pick it up. Honest. But yeah, the loot here is, not, you know, in general, is a bit trickier to find because everybody's out looking for it. It makes it worthwhile as well. Collar dress, you can keep that. And the thing is, the thing is with DayZ, there's not one thing in the game that is a must. There's no things that you have to do to progress. You know, if you don't want to build bases, you don't need to build bases. You know, it's not a... Oh, brilliant, I swapped that and now I'll have to... You know, if you don't want to drive cars, you don't have to drive cars. If you want to live in the woods by yourself, and if that's your thing, you can do that as well. So there's not one thing that is a game breaker. Yeah, say in my opinion, but I think that is the thing. Whereas, like Rust, you know, it is base build, and you can't really run around solo because you can't build anything. So you have to build a base. You have to then level up all your workbenches and build stuff. But here, it's open world. You're free to do what you choose. Now, if you're in a server where there's loads of shooty people, you know, having a farm in the open somewhere probably isn't going to be the best move. But well, I think it's quite a true reflection on how people would turn if things did go bad. But yeah, you're free to play how you want to play. There's no like, you must do this, you must do that. Apart, I'll say the PvE, I suppose you have to know how to get water. You know, you have to do. There are certain things. So I suppose I just contradicted myself. But when it comes, you know, the PvE, I suppose that's important for everybody. But everything else is optional, really, depending on what you want or enjoy.
Woodsman?
Just fucking Woodsman.
Oh, thank you very, very much for the follow, bro. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's why I like it. And that can also be the difficulty if you ever run a server, trying to get that balance of people wanting to play. And what they want, you know, if you're in a server that's heavy on base builders, they're going to be more focused on you know, the base builder mechanics. Whereas, yeah, I think for some reason there is a delay on that, but thank you anyway. It does always pop up. Yeah, so like leaving that one here, somebody will know if they come through there. There's nothing. No. Well, you have to understand as well that as soon as you've got a base, somebody's going to raid you. And it's just one of those things, unfortunately. Unless you're on a PvE only server where there's no base damage or anything like that, which can work for some people. You know, it all depends on the flavour of the server. Yeah, the dogs are You can get dogs around here as well. I think that's a good mod. Well, Mimi, thanks for popping in. Thanks for popping in. See you again soon. Water bottle. 4-dial. Come on. A fork. I don't think you can find nails in these. It's just 4 dials. Well, but it's 4 dials. And what a random place. Oh, this is the little priest. Yeah, the little church thing. So it's not so random. There he is. Father Undead. Take that. The Quran. You've got all sorts here. Oh, 3 sheets of... I'm not walking that back. That's too far. Far too far to walk back. Yeah, I'm just hoping they release the mopeds on experimental. I'm sure they will. I haven't yet. I know I keep saying that. I'm in the process of getting it up and running. But yeah, I haven't quite got it sorted yet. So this is Blackthorn up here, and I don't want to push my luck with these. I think they've been quite civil considering. But you can see how vulnerable. I'll probably get shot now looking from a rangefinder as if I'm doing up to some evil doing. But that is going to be over. No. So 900 meters to the castle from here. You lay in a tree here, you know. You know, you can be quite vulnerable with the right gun. I think even with a Mosin, you can probably get fairly close if they're stood still looking at the other way. I think the mopeds will be fun, or the motorbikes will be fun, but we'll see when they come out. I think they'll have their limitations like anything else, but you know, in an RP server, you can't think of anything else. You know, somebody on the radio, you could have somebody doing a fast food Uber Eats or Apocalypse Eats or something. You know, get your piece of dog meat in 30 minutes or less, and it's free. You know, the possibilities are endless. Just think the traders doing door-to-door deliveries. How risky is that going to be? Yeah, can I get 4 boxes of nails delivered to the embassy in Prigoroki? Just be a little bit careful coming through Chernal or Electro. It's a bit shooty. Oh, what's your favourite rum? I'm not really a rum connoisseur, but I know, like all spirits, there are some that are really, really nice. And if you buy the wrong one, it'll put you off. Yeah. Yeah, I've already called it. Oh, locals. Enough to do the job. Yeah, I'm more... If I drink a spirit, it's gin. That's probably my... Oh. That would be my, like, go-to spirit. I like on a nice hot day. Loads of ice. Decent tonic water. Oh, that's a good deal, that is. Crikey, I don't know. I think you're looking at least, depending on the type, you know, at least 5 times. Well, I would say it's about £12 plus for generic stuff for that sort of amount, at least, if not more. But you go to the, you know, the other stuff, and it goes any, well, the price doesn't stop. I'm not going to loot these houses. I don't want to get caught here. I'm just trying this shed because I might find something. Or do I try that shed as well? No, they could be looking out. I don't want to push my luck. I'm not running with my gun out. Crazy. In a good way. Yeah, see, from the castle, they'll see them spawning in, and that's how you can use the infected, because they won't cause them to spawn in all the way up there. So there's obviously somebody lurking around their territory. $2 for a litre. Crikey, I mean, a pint, what's that, about half a litre? Is it like 5, 6, 8 millilitres a pint? I think most pubs you're looking at £5 to £6 for a pint of standard stuff as well. You know, that's as a minimum. But it is crazy because, you know, you can, because of the tax on it, but, you know, you can get a crate of the same stuff for like £8. Yeah, means to an end. We are trying to find goop. There are a few helis around here as well. Need to cook that dog soon as well. Yeah, there's a chance of a heli just up there as well. Oh, is there a little oven in here? That's the dodgy summer camp there. We're not a fan of that. We're not a fan of that summer camp because it's a big risk going in there for very little reward. And it's also, I'm in Blackthorn territory again, and I just don't think they take too kindly to people, unwanted guests. Oh. Well, thanks for popping in. Enjoy your rum if you get it, or your beer if you've got it. Yeah, thanks for popping in. It's the same as whiskey, isn't it? I mean, I'm not a fan of it, but I also understand I've probably not tried the one that suits me, because in all the spirits. Oh yes. I don't want to bring up the cow, so I can't use looking for a Sobor cow. I can say that I found a hat. Thank you very much. Yeah, you've always got to have a little escape strategy if you get caught somewhere. Oh, I got lost. Am I not in Electro? I got a little bit carried away. Soz. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's just down there. This is a hunting spawn as well, so we might find a Mosin. I think we found a Mosin in here before. Water bottle. Huh. Mosin compensator. They do help the recoil. I can't put it on because I've got the suppressor on there. Everlike, well, I think you'll find it's in Blackthorn's. It's in Blackthorn's territory, and that was today. Was it today? No, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Even being able to leave notes is such a good touch. You know. And from what I understand, I think you could leave notes in the original game, but as always, a lot of things, they get abused. Unfortunately. And I do believe that there is a log, because you've created something. I believe there is a log, so they can check, you know, they know who's written what. But I could be wrong, but I think it does, because you create something, you place it, same as you place a fence kit. That'll be recorded, I guess. So and so placed a note at so and so, so and so. There's more rum, there you go, bit more celebration. So we should get up to where the convoy spawn is. So we don't really want to find, well, for trade, yes, but we don't really want to find guns. We want to find nails and 4-dials. Yeah, give me a minute, 2 or 3. Yeah, I said this, yeah, again, not that I haven't had I don't drink very often, but yeah, Roku gin is Japanese. That's a thing of beauty. I always have when I try a new one, I'll always have a tiny sip of it neat to get, to see what it actually tastes like before you put anything in with it. And that's quite smooth, that is. Not that you could really drink it neat as such, I think it'd be too much, but you put a bit of tonic in there, loads of ice. Not a fan of the dry gins. Yeah, not a fan of them. Come on, be a convoy. I think I found a heli. Well, I found a heli yesterday, but I don't think I found a convoy. Apart from, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, there was that little run of finding police events. Well, I found a police event today, didn't I? But that was pretty poor. So we should find one up here. If it is up here. We'll soon see if there's any trucks in them. Nah, there's nothing here. We are close to Black Sheep. They live up there. Yeah, it's definitely not there. And it is crazy with this. You always feel alone no matter how full the server can be. You just need to be in the right or the wrong place. Same as DayZ, you can the server can be full. But here there's obviously more higher server population on here, and it can be full with a queue and you still don't bump into people. You might hear a few more shots occasionally, but I don't think you really just going to check this stand. What we got? But people are finding stuff, and it's all down to, the magic recipe is persistence and luck. You need both of those in equal measure. there's the troll bridge down there, so we've got still a chance wherever the little shed is. Oh, imagine we find nails and 4 dials. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, enjoy. I recommend the burnt peanut. He makes me laugh. Not everybody's... You're lucky. You're lucky I've got no space. Otherwise you'd be getting cut up and put in the pot. You'd be number 47. God damn it. Yes. Yeah, so people are, you know, and it's also knowing where to look, you know, having an idea. Like cars are always going to be a good source of epoxy nails and 4 dials. I think they can appear in all of them. Probably the same with some of the sheds. You can probably get them all, but, you know, there's pointless looking in here for nails. Unless somebody's dropped them in here, you're never going to find them in there. It's just not going to be a thing. I'm going to check that convoy's there. There's a chance of it. We've got time before the restart to check the police convoy and then the military convoy. Yeah, that is half the battle, knowing where to look. But like I said, I still think there's people that are building up out in force. I was saying it, I think the other day, there's normally on here, well, there is no normal, but usually there's a, when people have built up, there's sort of a drop in people hunting for nails and 4 dials. They'll still pick them up if they see them, but they're normally up to shenanigans. But I think now there's still people trying to build up, so they're all still out and about looking for them. Did I find a 4 dial? I think I found a few boxes of nails in a 4 dial, whereas last wipe, I think I found 3 or 4 dials and quite a few boxes of nails. That's quite a good run. But we've got 2, and we've had 2 stolen early on as well, so we've found as a group, I think we've found 4. Which, obviously it's enough for what we've got at the moment. But another good thing that it makes something like unofficial. Unless you're building a base, you don't pick nails up or 4 dials. You'll probably pick epoxy up to repair plates, but I think leather kits can do that. But epoxy, because of the size of it, you know, it's handy for repairing plates. And we all know how important. Is that a head torch up there? It looks like a head torch. Shut up. There's a couple of sheds here to check as well. And I'm going to shoot down that road towards Electro. That is the sort of thing that gives it away as well. You know, when they run across a field towards you. Shut up. This is where your stuff inside here can get damaged as well. So if we're quick, we can check where the police event might be. And then the other one just round the corner, if we're quick. Do it with another suppressor. I wonder if the dogs will start chasing the mopeds. Dogs and wolves. So I think Freshborn said they saw dogs on the new map as well. Because that would make sense again. Wild dogs in somewhere like that rather than wolves potentially. And they work here really well. So that's the sign. So there's normally around here where that track is. And then we've got the thing on the corner. It's not here. Not here. Come on, Redlock. Gideon Shed. It's just a hoe in there. These are renowned for being in the woods surrounding here. So you think you've got a clear run through and then you run into them. You're going to aggro. There we go. We got the little white shed. I still don't know where I saw the. It must have been the trees I saw. I thought a putty cat. Thought I saw the convoy, but I blatantly didn't. I think I must have seen that stream. I'm going to cook this dog meat at the. Oh, I don't think it's here. I think you can normally see it. Oh. Yeah, it's not here. Starting to run out of places to check. Couple of fish just to top everything up. That's known where these little places are. This is part of the overlooks little area they set up. Come on. we go. Doing the old 2 pieces of bark trick. Come on. Oh, you can blow on your meat, can't you? Forgot about that. See, another little touch. There we go. Try Mogi again. I think I found a couple there before. That's a good town for stuff, that is. Yeah, I think they can get it all there. 4 dials, nails and epoxy. I think we must be able to, it's just there's a lot more people passing through. We must be as well. gone for a little paddle there, look. Probably got those little fish there that clean your feet up. But in this case, that'll probably be piranha. Another one this side as well. Didn't see him. Imagine that if you had a jungle map and there were piranhas in the water. I think there were crocodiles, but I don't think they worked particularly well. I think they're all trying the dino. Is it Dino Essica? That looks fun, you know, but not sure I'll give it a go. Yeah, we are going back this way, but we should. No, there's going to be a restart in a couple of minutes. It's always best to try and be. There we are. 1 minute. Let's find a nice little tree just to. Oh, it shouldn't be. Well, it shouldn't be too bad here. It's just you don't want to try. You used to on console. If you saw the restart, you had to get out of the car. Because you would keep going when you logged out. Now I think it just takes you out of the car and stands you beside it, I think. But yeah, whenever there was a restart, you used to quickly get off the road. And we should be right back. Yeah, still no hit of a survivor. Right, I shall be right back. Right, we are back. We are back. think we found a lock. That would, because we've got the stuff to build the rest of it. But it's always dodgy having a lock with no gate to put it on. I suppose. It'd probably be better to make a frame, not panel it out, just make a frame and stick a lock on it, just randomly, not to block anything off, just so they can't, they have to roll it to get it off. Then again, I suppose if it's just a frame, it doesn't take much to destroy it, it falls off anyway. Bury it. If you can't put it straight on a gate, bury it. To be careful, because I think that's where they get overwatched from up here. There is the little shed. Excuse me. There is the little shed up here, which I think you can find stuff in. So I'm going to trigger the infected being down here. So that's a buck up there somewhere. Yeah, so I've caused them to spawn in up there. Oh, damn it. I'll say hello to them. I'm going to go through the town first, since I'm so close. Oh, put my binoculars away just to get my gun out. Not sure if they're going to be in or not. Oh, yes. There we are, looking more presentable. Yeah, that's the lamppost that Sam hit. Just doing sheds and outhouses. Come on, Lucky Blue Shed. See if we can get them 2 days in a row. So I have heard rumours, not rumours, but I have heard from people that they've checked the same build in 2 days running and got the same thing, like over 4 dial or nails. So let's see if we can prove the theory. Balls. Not this time. Oh. God damn you, light bulb, headlight bulb. Yeah, well, that'll happen. Yeah, new tech, new tech. So I tell myself I'm checking out houses and cars and sheds, and I start checking the houses. Yeah, write that down, write that down. Yeah, I think when they were trying to get Gimmick to carry on playing, he was like, "Oh, I've got a sponsored thing," and both him and Peanut and Coconut were like, "Nah, just play straight through and go into your sponsored thing." Shut up. Oh. They might be handy in a pinch for the shock damage. But I think they complement each other, which I think is you know, they're of, I think, natural, normal sense of humour to that. You know, they don't have to change. You know, they don't have to change. I'm not sure which one is potentially worse, but I think, yeah, they oh, is that Children of Rot? Oh. They wear their hoodies up like that, don't they? I thought it'd seen me. That's the only reason I wiggled. Oh, good look at all this stuff. He was cooking something up. Hope he's not cooking someone up. Shit. Hello, hello, anybody home? I'm not hanging around.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Sam. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
What's up, Rusty?
There's somebody with a hoodie on in the house at the end there. That's not how the children are what. Where is it?
Oh. Let you in, okay?
Mountain backpack, shorts, and the hoodie up. They looked like they were cooking, but I don't know who they were cooking or what they were cooking.
Oh. Who? Sounds kind of mischievous.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they purple backpack and a hoodie up. I mean, I know people can, but it was the house over. Oh, a little bit of a headache. There was a house over there in the corner. I thought they'd seen me, but they were cutting bark off a tree.
Do you think they're up to no good?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. But again, all I saw was the hood up,
Okay.
and I haven't seen any of them, but I have been seeing notes in Boar. I think they've been down to the gas station people a few times as well. We've not seen them, as far as I'm aware, come past. That doesn't mean they haven't. But it could be something as simple as they may have come past in the past and said who they were, and we've gone like you guys do and girls do. You know, we don't really care what you do as long as you don't do it here. You know, you're free to survive how you want. And that might have been enough for them to leave us alone. You know, potentially.
Are you sure? You're sure it's like one of...
Well, there's no armbands, and I heard they wear white armbands. But they had the hoodie up. That's all I saw was the hoodie was up. I've got some fish, thank you. I've got some fish on me. Would you need another mail pouch? Is Fishy after a mail pouch again?
He probably would be. To be honest.
You can have one. I say there you go. I don't know if you've got space for it, but
That one makes.
yeah, like I say, I'm not sure. I should really approach people more, but you just never know, do you? I always like to live on the cautious side. That way, you tend to live.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, and he weren't. Let's say he weren't
You
doing
don't know
it.
what people
Yeah.
are up to.
No, he weren't. He didn't. All I saw, because I thought he was doing that, and so I wiggled back, but I was right by the gardening plot, and they were cutting bark off a tree to cook. So we might even see the smoke.
Let's see.
Just be careful, though.
A little trick. You know, only need to bark.
Yeah, probably. So that, yeah, probably it would have been. Yeah, the house. Pretty much towards Blackthorn.
It's, oh, I see it. I see the smoke. That's behind a tree for me.
Yeah.
Might just be cutting something up.
Yeah, there's a lot of animals around. There's a lot of animals. And people.
Yeah, exactly. And oh my god, please.
It's been yeah, it's been quite quiet. We've been out and about with where'd I go? Kozlovka around that way, through round past Blackthorn. Been around. There just seems to be that difficulty. But I think
Been everywhere today, then.
well, like yesterday, about 20 minutes before this nap time we've just had, I was upstairs in the embassy and there was a couple of explosions downstairs. Now I'm not sure if they were flash bangs. I heard a lot of shots up this way as well. So I came past here yesterday and was over by the garden and plot and started heading back. And as I came down the hill, there sounded like there was like 3 shots of the same gun, and then it sounded like a burst of something else. So I'm not sure if that was up here, but it sounded more like on the hill to the south. But then, yeah, so I got back and was sorting things out, and I was by the gate upstairs, and I heard there was 2, that was like bang, bang, like 2 explosions downstairs. Now, I'm not sure if they were gas canisters being shot and one blew the other one up, or... Because I don't think you could throw flashbangs that quickly unless for them to go off as quick as they did. Either 2 people threw them. I don't think they were grenades. Grenades sound a bit louder, I think. But Gideon checked the gate, and that was still in good order. So I'm not sure. It was about 10-15 minutes before the nap time. So I didn't peek out, because that's sometimes a classic tactic, trying to get you to look.
Yeah, exactly. guys have been through it lately. Holy fuck.
Well, it's. I think it could be a lot worse. We still try and get out and about. Pop up to see
That's
the
good.
gas station people, see how they're getting on.
Oh yeah.
We saw, is it Ernest? He still had his little giggle that, he could still be living through it, and managing to survive. But apart from that, they all seem to be quite nice, just trying to set up. Because I know Autumn was a little bit disappointed that, people can't leave them alone. They're trying to help people, and like I said, that is unfortunately one of the things that happen. It's
Why is he like? Why is he eating people? Like, because he likes it, or was it like, was he force fed? Like, what's the story?
so.
You know?
He said, I mean, I've no reason not to believe him. He said when he first washed up, he was force fed. Now he's living with the circumstance. He's not practicing. That's his side of the of the thing. And if he hasn't been coasted, it could be true. Or even if he gets coasted, if you know what I mean, he's still he's still someone that's been force fed, and not practicing, and probably, I think he did say because he met did he meet Buttercup, or who was some of the helping hands with us? But he said, "Oh, you're not helping." I think he's been shot by somebody from the helping hands.
Oh shit! Really? Wait, I think I heard about that. Something. Your call told me about that. Weird. I wasn't aware of that. I know Ernest from. Well, actually, when he first washed up, I met him like maybe, like when he washed up, like very briefly after that. Walked around with him. Actually, brought him back to your base when you guys were all gone. And it was just us, basically just hanging out in the embassy.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems nice enough, and that might be his, his thing. But some people will, shoot if they hear, the giggles. We understand there can be more to it, but I always, if you feel that strongly about it, which is fine, but then you should potentially shoot Dam on sight, or you should shoot Blackthorn if they've still got somebody who partakes. You shouldn't be choosy on which cannibals or cannibal gigglers that you take your vengeance out on. But it's easy to pick on the weak people, isn't it, if you're trying to get your point across?
Exactly.
Or even, I don't know if any of the clowns do from time to time, so you would go after them. You wouldn't make an exception because of who they are, but they tend to pick on the easier targets. And Ernest, well,
exactly,
unless he chops you up and puts you in a pie, seems quite harmless. Just
yeah, it seems like a decent man.
Yeah,
I just hope he can work through it, because it will only bring him a lot of heartache, pain.
Yeah,
it's his lifestyle.
I think it's interesting to see how people respond, and some people are black and white. There's no grey area, and they will not tolerate any sort of like stories. But is it the person's fault if they got force fed and they choose to live with it and they don't practice it?
Yeah. Feel bad for him. Hope he really works out for him. Because I spoke to him on the radio a few days ago, and he seemed to be so happy to be working at the petrol station. And I just hope that Autumn doesn't find this a reason to. Hopefully, maybe she can help him to get through it. Oh, thank you.
No problem. We've got nothing that shoots him, I don't think. So, I found a heli yesterday, and that was I got all excited, because I always do, like a little child at Christmas, or an old fat child at Christmas. And I need to give it to Worm. I think he wears it, the skull ballistic helmet.
cool ballistic helmet. I
Yeah,
really don't know.
it's got a skull pattern on the top of it. I think he wears that
Sounds,
because we had some
pretty cool.
shenanigans down in Prig. Well,
Wait,
wh-
where was I during this round
probably
of shenanigans?
probably
Dang it.
orchestrating it with your little puppeteers things, with your little strings dangling off your fingers, puppeteering people all over the place to
Wait, I
the puppet
puppeteer
master,
nothing.
the puppet master. But
Listen, whatever. I don't know what Mufasa has told you the last few days, if you saw him, but it was well deserved. Okay, it was well deserved. That's all I'm gonna say.
enough said. Well, it all started. So Jeanette, Worm, and Buttercup came down to the embassy, and we were chatting away, and then all of a sudden, and this is where I don't sort of agree with it. For whatever reason, Worm decided to try and knock Buttercup out with knuckle dusters.
Oh,
Yeah, you know,
shit.
and her being the strong character that she is, didn't get knocked out. And then she said, "Oh, well, you didn't knock me out." And he said, "No, that's right. They need warming up." So then he punched me square in the face and knocked me out. And so when I come round again, I was shooting. I wasn't shooting at him. I was shooting in his direction. You know, there's two different things if you're trying to actually hit somebody. He then ran off, and then he went into the shed. So I was shooting into the shed, but purposely extreme of left and right and above. I wasn't trying to hit him, and that was all fine. Well, that was all fine. Then he come out, and then he tried punching me again, and I don't know if he might have knocked me out. I can't remember. But then Couch took, things. He didn't like the fact that we were just getting punched out, so so he shot his bison at him and hit him and damaged his ballistic vest.
Well, you know what they say, karma is a bitch sometimes, you know?
Yeah,
Dang.
it gets it gets better as well. Well, he thought I shot at him, and I said I didn't shoot at you. He was like, "You're the only one with a suppressed gun." I said, "Well, that might be, but I can, I swear on the lady that I didn't hit you."
Rusty, you menace, you lie.
Yeah, and I didn't hit him, and he was quite confused because even Buttercup was saying, "No, he didn't." I was watching. He didn't shoot. He said, "Well, somebody must have." And I said, "Well, nobody here has got." I think he said like a bison, and he was like, "I said, well, nobody's got one, But obviously, Couch had it in his backpack, not on his shoulder." And he was he knew one of us had done it, but he weren't quite sure. I don't think he was particularly happy about us treating the ringmaster the way we did, but it was justified because he started punching people out. And I happened to, because we were all stood out by the excavator, not outside the front of the embassy. And I'm not surprised we're not got shot at yet. And then literally about 2 minutes later, Jeanette gets shot from the hill from Mr. Church's, and his ballistic vest gets damaged.
Oh, wait, I did hear about that. Wait, Jeanette told me that this morning. He's like, yeah, I heard yours got to me. Oh my god, that all happened in the same. Damn, fuck.
I reckon it was targeted because I was standing there, Worm was standing there, Jeanette was standing there. So I think he went to hit. He's not that bad a shot that he would have missed Worm if he saw him. But yeah, and that's the distance and his ballistic obviously saved him because he didn't even go down. We just heard him grunt and he staggered a bit, and then we all ran in different directions. And they got him on the radio. Apparently, he was, and apparently that's because they hired Dam as security. When we, again, two sides to a story. They had the venue booked, and I think LMDO sort of got forced into having them as security. I think they offered
Oh yes,
for the wedding. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeanette told me about that, and I told him this morning as well. I said, this happened so long ago. Like, this is months and months ago, and so at this point, I'm just thinking that Harry Churches and his group are just looking for reasons to hurt
Potentially.
people at this point. Like,
But yeah.
that's what it's giving. Because if they had a problem with it at the time, why not deal with it in the moment? And why are you gonna, you know, backtrack onto to something that's happened so far in the past? Like,
Yeah. Well,
nobody's got time for that.
I also suppose it doesn't help the fact that he comes here and he comes to see us. That probably is a big black mark against the group's name, you know, in Mr. Church's books. You know, anybody who, you know, comes to see us or is on good terms with us is an enemy in his eyes as well. There's that to it as well, unfortunately. But yeah, I didn't put the radio
I
on
mean,
because we were trying to peek out. But yeah, we need to find a stick of epoxy for worm.
I'm surprised you're doing that. To be honest, I'd be like, well, good luck. It wasn't me.
Yeah, it was like us. That is what us. So we are going to try and. It was just funny though because I think he was quite angry when he got hit. Because he said, "You better stop that now," and I could tell in his voice he wasn't messing around. And he go, you hit my ballistic," and I'm like, "Well, I didn't hit your ballistic. Well, somebody did." But that's what you get for punching
Man, I would
people
love
out.
to see that.
That's what you get for punching people out.
Exactly.
You know, and
Yeah.
I'll openly admit to shooting in his direction, you know, but I wasn't trying to hit him. Well, I might have tried to hit him in the leg, I guess, but not. But yeah, that was unwarranted though. 'Cause that was he hit Buttercup,
Yeah.
and then she went, "Oh, you didn't knock
Damn.
me
Did
out."
Buttercup hit him? Did she hit him back?
I
Because she
think
has
so.
like
Yeah,
fists of steel. She will swag somebody to the ghost, and I'm an example for that. Okay, like that shit hurts.
yeah. I think she did. Um, and
Nice.
but that was
Good job,
just
Buttercup.
yeah. She definitely stick up for herself. But yeah, because just when he turned around and went, yeah, it needs warming up, and that's when he punched me square in the face. I wasn't expecting it, and but you can see how quickly things can, shenanigans can turn into, you know, serious
Really?
shenanigans. Yeah, especially when Mr.
Well,
Church
I would.
But they went running into the swamp. I think they tried flushing him out, and they were speaking to him on the radio. But you got to be, you'll know yourself. There's not just him sometimes. So he may be overwatching from somewhere else, and the shooter could be somewhere else. So we've got to be careful. But I think we need, when we've got people available, I think we start pushing the hill. We're going to lose people, but rather that than getting hit through the cam net, trying to peek out, even if we don't, as long as we can get seen to be going into the tree line, we can go west. We don't even need to try and flush them out. But they'll be a bit more, a bit more wary, because if they know we're in base, they're fixed, and you can't really gilly up in the hills because you never know when it's going to come. You see, you could be there for hours, hoping somebody's going to come past. And that's no fun for anybody.
Boy.
Yeah.
But besides that and all of the drama, how have you guys been overall, like in general? Like,
Yeah.
at least like have some good people pass by as well.
Yeah, we bumped into somebody new at the gas station. He literally just turned up. His name was was it Bilky or something like that? He seemed all right. He was, new. So we gave him a little bit of a rundown, and he went on his way.
That's odd.
But yeah, again, I think with the, and also I saw Michi from the Legionnaires. I think was that the day before, and he was saying that they've been getting hit by bagheads quite regularly, and they're like got ballistics and Mosins now. You know, little packs of 4 or so of them. Now we haven't seen them. That might be because we haven't been around as much. Because I think if they know we're there, we get hit as well. I think it's because, you know, we've been out and about and we haven't been at base as much as we normally are. We've probably missed them. But Couch did say a couple of nights ago he was up there and he heard quite a lot of shots and different things going on. People running around downstairs. So there's that. Yeah. Just because I don't get to see it on my time doesn't mean stuff's not going on. But yeah, he said was it last week they've been hit a few times, not raided by them, but caught in Cherno. I think they've managed.
That sounds almost like a personal vendetta.
Well, I mean, with us, they hit us for a little period of about a week or so. You know, when we didn't have a gate on, they're quick. You know, they are quick, but. Ugni also said that he bumped into like 5 of them in Kozlovka, so I think they are.
He did.
Yeah, they are active. But yeah, it's and I think the Children of Rot have been. That's shot to my right. There was a deer up on that hill that I could hear on the way in, a big buck. Or a stag. I don't know what you call it. Yeah, it was up on the hill as I came in. That could be that. That could be Mr. Churches getting a nice venison dinner before he starts shooting at us. You know, you got nothing worse than trying to shoot on an empty stomach.
Could definitely be the case. To be honest.
I don't blame him. You know, at least he's got to be content. You don't want to get rumbly tummy. Your aim might start to shake if you get the withdrawals. Oh. That might be Gideon getting shot
I'm
at.
I'm not hearing shit.
It was that way. Did you hear the first shot?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, there was just 2 shots then. But yeah, we had a guy from the prison island. And I think they've had the Children of Rot down their way as well. I don't know if they're on the island or they're in the area down there along the south coast. But as I said, I've not.
Yeah, the Children of.
Yeah.
They seem like trouble to me. But how they go about things, how they're hurting the petrol people, like it's doesn't sounds like they're up to any good or any at all.
Yeah, and I possibly think, I'm not naive to think that they tolerate us. It might be the fact we've not been around at the base as much. They've probably been down there and we just haven't seen it. Because I can't see that they're going to hit the gas station and then go through and not. But yeah, we'll get there again. We'll get there again, and we'll have people out and about looking, and people back in base. Cause I think we've missed quite a few people, unfortunately, just by having to look for stuff. You can't sit in the base. I think the best thing to do is try and trade for stuff at the moment. But I think, is the ORCC shut?
I think it's still closed, but I haven't been up there for a long time. I don't know if anything has changed regarding that. So I couldn't really tell you.
Yeah, I think I forget who it was. It might have been Ugni saying they were closed until further notice.
Yeah, that was the case indeed. Like for a long time, but I don't know if anything has changed over time or if it did start building up. Last time I was there, I spoke with Solus. I gave him some tarp, but there was no indication of anything regarding trading back then. But it's been so long.
Well, if it's as difficult for, everybody getting up and running again, it must be equally difficult for them to get stuff as well.
That makes sense, yeah, and especially with people Of course, they want their revenge too about what happened, so they might be occupied too with
Yeah.
finding Harry Church themselves.
Yeah. You know, and that is, well, especially if you think you've got, that for us, you've got the additional, then again, the people at the gas station, you've got us, you've got the Fireflies, you've got the Legionnaires, you've got Butcher's Trading Company, all hitting the South Coast, as well as everybody else who washes up. So I think everything's going to be, you can still find it, but you just need to have the people out looking, don't you? You know, if there's four of you out and about, one of you might find stuff. If there's one of you, you might miss it. You know.
All a gamble.
Yeah, it is. It is just knowing where to look and being lucky.
I wish there was a way to get lucky, to be honest, in that way, because damn, sometimes you just want or need like some nails or a dial or whatever, and it gets so discouraging when you like
It
go
does.
from shed to shed to shed to shed, and the only thing you see are like freaking sickles or glow sticks or
Yep.
whatever you don't need that's in there.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
That is the way, and I think it's always difficult, but there just seems to be a bit more. And the only thing I can put it down to is that you've probably noticed it, that sometimes you'll get so far into after a storm and things calm down. People still pick them up if they find them, but they're not out looking for them in numbers, and I think they're still looking for them. You know, because it gets to the point that we even have, you know, and we're nowhere near that, but we'll have sort of like a couple of spare 4 dials. We might have a couple of spare boxes of nails that we'll give out to people that need it. We haven't got any of that. You know, it's we try and put them straight into the walls, and we've done a little bit different. Like you've got the panel in here. We've started to panel upstairs, so it's harder for them to shoot us. So we put quite a lot, because last storm we didn't have any frames or. Yeah, we didn't have any frames or panelling upstairs other than the back wall. And now we've got frames all the way along, and we've started to panel the whole, so we're not really going to be able to shoot out of there, but they're certainly not going to be able to shoot in. So that's where a lot of the nails have gone. You know, we had burglars the other day as well again, but I think other than rolling our lock now or blowing the doors in, I think...
Yeah.
We've stopped the jumpers, I think, but I'm never 100% convinced at that, because, as I said before, people who know can wiggle in through little gaps that you wouldn't even think they can wiggle in.
Yeah, true. But it's good to hear that you guys have like been able to build up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just a little bit more security.
That's
you know,
all it is.
Feeling home. It's important.
Did you hear that shot?
I definitely heard that. Yep. Only once.
And again.
I was just gonna say it's only once. It's a hunting shot, but there was a second one.
But there are a lot of animals about, potentially.
Yeah, that might be it, to be honest. I don't hear any metal clinking from the tin building. I don't hear... Oh,
Yeah.
another thing hitting the walls here, so... You might be good. Good. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
And we have our private security out there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They will start yelling, you know, the second somebody turns up, so that's good.
That's why I always try to keep them up if we can get in without taking them down. But it is handy if you can take one down and the dogs or wolves come, they start eating them. I don't know if you've seen that.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I think if you're around, they'll sense you. But when we're upstairs on the top floor, I've seen it before where we've heard the dogs for a long while, and they come trotting up the road, and if there's a dead infected or potentially dead survivor, I'm not sure. I'm not seeing it with the survivor, but with the infected, they eat the infected if they find them dead. They'll aggro onto humans if they're close, but they will stay there for ages, chowing down. They take turns. Eating the. So yeah, you can. If you hear them and you think they're coming, that's always if you can pop. Oh,
You also whispering, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, me too. Just checking. Nothing is yelling
No.
just yet.
Hmm. But yeah, so it's yeah. There's a boar up on the hill as well. They can hear. That's what you can hear behind us. So
So many animals. Gee. Almost seems like spring.
it does.
So many. There's an infected right in front of our gate. That's why it's
Oh,
right there. Like nobody can walk up
yeah.
here for that infected to yell and yap.
Yeah, we took our bookcase down. We've got a small door there now because the bookcase disappears at 300 meters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, it's
That's actually really smart.
well, it was a shame because it was a cheap barricade, and how high it was, they're not going to be able to
Yeah.
dismantle it from that height. But we didn't realise it disappears at 300 meters or so, so you can see straight through it. So when I got hit, thinking I was peeking through the little gap, I was actually stood in the open. They must have thought, "Who's that
Man.
buffoon? You know, has he got concussion or something? Let me give him some more concussion."
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Actually, I can just imagine like peeking through my scope from a distance, and all of a sudden see like a bright green yellow man just sitting there chilling.
Yeah. But lesson learned.
That is funny.
Yeah, lesson learned. But
Jesus, they're all around here, aren't they?
yeah. Yeah. Well, I think. What have you got planned? I'm probably just going to head back. I think do a little bit of a loop round.
Sounds good, Rusty. Oh no, I have nothing much planned, but I just woke up, so I'm gonna check out. Let's see how everything is.
Absolutely.
Alright,
Like I say, yeah, I'm gonna. If you hear shots, I'm heading that way. I'm gonna go like the long way round.
Okay.
See if we can get a an SSG or a Pioneer for Gideon. Do you know I took
Is there any extra food you need for
No.
for your road trip?
No, I'm good. I've got
You sure?
well, I'll take one if you've got a spare one. Thank you.
I have plenty to
No.
spare.
Thank you. But yeah, let's say the stab vests. I don't know if I told you. Before I was in Grashino just expanding the search on stuff, just trying to check cars and outhouses. I went into the PD through the first door, the back door. So went through the first door, checked the little cell place at the back. Shuffled round to the other door, opened the door, and there's somebody peeking with a shotgun from behind the steps, smacked me straight in the chest.
Shit.
And yeah, literally. But I never really worry too much about vests. But yeah, I mean, I didn't even get knocked, didn't even get cut. I got chunked health, but I was like, literally, I needed a change of underpants and everything, and I ran off.
Good thing you're already wearing brown pants.
Yeah,
Dang.
exactly. Well, they weren't. They were green before. This is sort of like the after effect. Yeah, it was quite explosive. Yeah.
Man.
But yeah, square in the chest from probably this sort of distance.
Oh my god.
And I ran off, and he came chasing out, and obviously the infected were drawn to us. I only got like a Mosin and a pistol at the time, and I was going to try and take the infected out, and he came around a corner. So I popped a few at him. He ducked into a garage. I carried on running. Then he let rip with a MP5, I think, because they whizzed past me. I could hear them whistling past my head. And I managed to scurry into the tree line. So, yeah, I rate...
Thank God you made it out.
Yeah, I rate the stab vests. Quite, you know... But I made it into the tree line, and I think he was in the tippity top of the PD. You know, the one with the little glass thing on the roof. And he kept popping up and then popping down again, and I think he fired a bait shot. But I was like 900 meters away by this point. I think he was trying to see if he could see infected, and I was debating whether to try and take a shot. And I was by a tree, and it seemed like he like looked at me and then quickly ducked down again. And I'm like, well, I can't, you know, I don't know if he's seen me or not. And he had like, a shotgun. He had another gun and a ghillie wrap on his back. And he obviously had an MP5. So if he had a scope, he would have seen me easily in those trees. So I'd done what I always do, scurried away.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
right?
Live to bore people out the apocalypse for another day.
Oh, man.
Right. Right, I'll leave you to it. Just thought I'd come past. I did throw a flag over yesterday as well when me and Gideon came past, and Dread.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's probably the one that's in our truck right now. Thank you.
I did leave one in a present box as well. I don't know if you found there was one by the gate. I couldn't throw it over because it had all been wrapped up. For some reason, it was too heavy to throw over, but I left it as close to the gate behind as I could. So whether somebody found it or not, I'm not sure.
I don't know if somebody did. We did find one of them. I know one of them is in there.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate that.
No problem. I'll always keep an eye out. Right. I shall catch you later. You take care. And
yes, you too. Be safe out there, okay?
Yep. Absolutely. I'm not going to fall down the middle.
Don't. And next time some shenanigans happen, you better radio me in.
Well, you'll probably be there. Yeah, you'll probably be there. Jesus Christ. Oh, God, I'm going to get beaten up. Do you think it'd be rude not to check that convoy up here again? I think it'd be rude not to check that convoy up here. Might get eaten by the child of rot. Let's go and have a little look-see. Must get my stamina back in case I have to... Yeah, that is probably more realistic. Rather than me thinking on the positive side that we might have been alright to them when they came past. We haven't been home enough for them. They might have come past wanting to create problems. And we've not been home. That is probably more realistic. So we'll do a little bit of a loop-de-loop. We'll go... know, I've got no dramas dropping the single barrel shotgun. But there are a lot of animals about. But yeah, I know when Bucky's watching, he always laughs when I say it's hunting shots. I think even when we had a burst of automatic fire, he was like, yeah, they're hunting shots as well. Yeah, it's got to check that convoy and then go back down that way. So there's loads of animals. I can drop off some of this stuff again. Oh, we've got. I think we had a couple of cooking pots upstairs. I'm going to swap one out. I missed not having a cooking pot. Not sure. Again, I don't. Again, I don't. I know we've had like cannibals come and pass, like getting a feel for how. Yeah, we will. That's what we're saying, like with some of the groups, you know, obviously they're eating people and they think, you know, I think we've seen some of their notes, and as long as it like follows suit, yeah, as long as it like follows something, it's not just like you say random, which I'm sure it will be. It's just. You know, it's easy to be like a bad guy or girl without any, you know, like when we have people come past and they're like, oh, you know, any groups I should shoot at when I see them. You know, I'm like, well, also apart from bagheads, I said, make your own mind up when you meet them, because what have they done to you? That's always my my response is, what have they done to you? Now, you might bump into them, but, you know, if you go too gung-ho, I don't think there's any goop here, is there? We haven't got any goop. No. Yeah, you know, what have they done to you? If they've held you up and stuff like that, you've again got that little seed to follow. But, you know, randomly opening up on FL because you've heard they're a bad group. I mean, they're used to it. People seeing the armband and people engaging with them. But if you can build a bit of, you know, of a potential storyline of why you're doing it, you know, well, they held me up, they stole my stuff, and I can't abide thieves or robbers, so I'm gonna, you know, get my vengeance. And that might be as much as you'll try and get them till you get your gear's value back, you know, and then you're happy that you've got your stuff back, you know, rather than getting held up by them once and then hunting them down every time you see them. But you could do. You could do indeed. Yeah, loads of Boris the Boars about. That's like with Gerald. I'll go have a little think about. I want to try and get an idea of. I've got the outline of what I want, but I want to try and give it a bit of substance. Does he knock? Does he carry rubber slugs and he knocks out people who, shoot the infected? Does he tie them up and then lead them into the... Oh, yeah. Does he have like a corral? So on a daily basis, you try and corral all the infected up. You have to way of being able to get out, but you corral them in somewhere. And if you catch people killing the infected, you knock them out, tie them up, and you make them walk the plank essentially into the infected pit. That could be the sinister side of Gerald. An eye for an eye. But again, you do it to the wrong group and you're not going to be around for very long. So you're going to have to, sometimes you don't want, a character to be, there forever and ever. But, yeah, I'll have a little think. That'll be like, I'll tell you what it'll be like one of those towers. Without the stairs, you can get them to walk through the gap into the live pit. Yeah, you could. You could build a three-sided box. Not a three-sided box. A three-sided corral. Put the tower to make it a box. But have the gate. Build a box with a gate, but then build a tower facing it, so you've got the stairs, and then you can walk people in. Yes. They can, have it so it's, inside the, I know what I mean. And you can just build frames. You don't need, I'm gonna have a little play, I think, to see if we can come up with some cheap structures, and that can be my observation thing. You can throw them like beans and pica, trying to get them to eat something. They're not eating anything. See, they're sick. But we'll have to. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, there's no convoy down, police convoy. Yeah, Dr. Gerald Esquire. Yeah, Dr. Gerald Esquire, medical doctor, because nobody can check your credentials in the apocalypse. But that's crazy how Sam couldn't hear the shots and I could. So Yeah, that is... Oh, shut up. Yeah, he done an internet course. Before, yeah, he done an internet course. Got his doctorate. Yeah. What university did you go to? The University of Microsoft. Or Google University. Pipe. Google University. Yeah, I think they're in it for the long haul tonight, aren't they? Wolves up there to my left. Or dogs. I must have seen like that in the trees, because there's no way you can mistake. Yeah, the convoy's not here, but there's no way. I must have seen like that like light, it's a similar sort of light value. That must have been like in the trees there. I must have mistook that for one of the vehicles, because there's no way you can see anything along here where I was looking through the binoculars. I thought I could see them round the bend in the road, and that simply wasn't the case. yeah, as you get closer to the coast, you get a bit lower, closer to sea level, and I know there is a setting like the dynamic fog, but it's just how it changes. Like first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Oh. There we go. So that Everlight was the one that set up in Blackthorn's. Blackthorn's territory. Because when you look on the map, you can clearly see that path, that little... No, I tell a lie. I stand corrected. He's in the middle of it, where the bridge is. Here, he's up there, so he is right. It's in nobody's territory, but it's quite close to either of those. But yeah, he's right. It's in nobody's territory. Yeah. Yeah, now he gets all excited when we go up to Mokolevka. Surprised he didn't defend Buttercup's honour, though. And that is a simple enough, observation there. You're in the middle of nobody's territory. You should think it's all right. Unfortunately, they may have other ideas because it's so close. Same as when the guys set up in the woods to the west. X and Winchester, they set up there, and obviously the Revenants. I mean, I didn't know there was a convoy there, but obviously people took offence that they had lived there. So I think the Revenants did, and I think the people on Prison Island did. So there might be loads of little areas like that where if you live close by you stand a good chance of getting some good goop from some of those. And that is when some people might get a little bit defensive if they say, yeah, you can live here but you need to pay us X amount. Well, that's not in your territory. Yeah, it's not in your territory, so I'm not going to do it. But then we always suggest just consider, depending on what the price is, and to have them looking out for you, it might be worth it, you know. But I do understand, you know, some people, I'm not paying them anything, I'm not even in their territory. Yeah, and again, it can work, you know. And if I suppose if they get on with them, they may invite them to join, be part of the group, and that's sometimes the best way of doing it. I know some groups, you know, get a bit standoffish if you don't want to join them, or you're living there and then you want to leave. They might feel a little bit let down. But, you know, like with us, after all, probably because they had other things on their mind. But that's when they come back and say, yeah, you owe us 18 months worth of back rent, or else, you know, you look mighty tasty. Yeah, they never forget. It'd be interesting to see what Children of Rot's take is on Dam, because, and this is what I've always said, if there was just cannibal groups, you would turn against each other for something. You know, that there would be something, and that's why it's good having such a variation of groups. Yeah, I think it was up round this way where I buried that sea chest, but I can't for the life of me remember where. It's gone now, it's long, long gone now. It's long, long gone. And sometimes the groups, they get you over a barrel. You know, they get you at a vulnerable point, they help you out, and then you're in their pockets. And that's why you try not to do deals with, you know, FL, because they are businessmen. And they will collect. And it starts off something minor, then you're in their pocket. And once you're in their pocket, Cheers, boys. Silly juice. Well, that's like that IPA he drinks, Joe. Like 9%. That's rocket fuel. And I know he only go, you know, I think he might have 3. But they're strong. You know, considering a normal one's about 5. Yeah, it was at the Voodoo Ranger IPAs. Yes. But as he always says, it's the perfect, it's the trifecta of price, taste, and getting you drunk. Perfect balance. Yeah. Yes, it's the perfect balance of taste, price, and being able to get you all squiffy. But yeah, if that's his like usual one, crikey, you know, it probably, you know, he always says, you know, whatever day it is one of the 7 best days of drinking days during the week, whatever day it is. Yeah, are you drinking? Of course, Friday's one of the best 7 days to drink. But yeah, that is like, you know, rocket fuel. But so when we used to have the beer festivals, I mean, they still have the beer festivals, but when you go to some of them, they've got rocket fuel, and you normally, well, if you go to some of the larger ones and they have like a menu with all the beers on it, you know, and they might just label them A through to Z, or 1 through to 50, however many there are, and you know, you look in the menu and it says number 1 is, you know, Old Mother Hubbard's brew or something like that, and you normally buy them in half pints initially, because there's nothing worse buying a whole pint, and it's disgusting because some of them will be really not to my taste. But if you go to some of the real ale pubs, they give you a little sip, you know, they give you a little bit to try, because they would rather you buy one you enjoy rather than just buy one. And I thought that was always a good touch. I don't think you could take advantage and just keep having samples all night and getting squiffy off samples. But that's a good touch, because I remember I was on one particular beer in a pub. I'll try one of them, and they went, you need to have a little sip of it, because, you know, the real ale pubs, you know, they love their real ale, and they said, have a taste, because it's completely different to what. That looks like Big Josh with his backpack there. That looks like Big Josh, and he's got his. Oh, let me put the. That looks like Autumn. Is that Blackthorn? Somebody's pacing backwards and forwards. That looks like Big Josh. Just 'cause he wears that long haul backpack. Nobody's got guns out. Nobody looks like they're tied up. Should we go and let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look. Let's go say hello. Because also lingering in the hilltops, if there's people like Blackthorn, they'll have people behind me. I'm gonna wiggle. Well, it's nice knowing you all. So it's dead ground here. You could pretty much lay where that tree is, but you would get seen because the grass will disappear. Good Lord. Oh, who's that dead thing on the floor? Is that an infected? Oh, good Lord. They cannot see a thing. Who are these? Don't say the... Ah, well, you know, you only live once. What have I got on me that I can lose? Not a lot. They haven't even seen me, I don't think. Hello, hello.
Hey there. How you doing, Rusty?
Good.
Oh, Rusty.
Oh, god damn it. I wish I'd have shot at you. Didn't realise that was you.
Well,
Hey now. Hey now.
is that a threat?
Well, I said I wish I had if I'd have known who it was, but I can't now, can I? Because I'm down here.
You
But I-
fellas are going to scrap. Take it off the property, please.
But I wouldn't disrespect the people here. I'd disrespect you two if I could, but I'm not going to disrespect the fine people here.
You disrespect us.
Well, you do it all the time to us. You two do. Yeah, all the time.
Do we?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know anybody else that shoots at us
Did you
from
get
there.
on-
But the
Did you
embassy
get
does
the-
disrespect the whole of Chernerus, so I don't really
Exactly.
care about your opinions, Rusty.
Well, there you go. So we can have our... We're entitled to our own opinions, can't we? You dislike us. I think you disrespect us on a daily basis. So, but again, I'll keep it civil, because obviously these are fine people here, so apologies for that. But,
Yeah, I think
Doesn't
we'll do the
sound
same.
very
We're
civil.
not going to do anything to you, Rusty, as long as you're not trying to do anything stupid. We're not here for you right
Keep
now.
to yourself.
yeah, I wouldn't...
I'm going to get one thing clear. You ain't going to do anything on this property. You got to scrap and take it elsewhere.
Yeah, they'll wait till I'm
I
back.
would have loved to see that when the clowns were here and blew some guy up. That would have been great.
Yeah.
Well, I weren't
Pretty
working that
hypocritical.
day.
Maybe you should have a little chat with Ernest about that.
Perhaps I
Yeah,
would.
God
we'd
damn
like
it.
to talk to him.
God damn it.
Like I said, I ain't seen him all day. I don't know what he's doing.
This is awkward.
Alright,
Let me make this
we'll be
clear
around
here,
again
too.
to try and chat with him.
What do you mean,
We are a
reptile?
business. We're not
Well,
community camp.
cold-blooded,
The post office doesn't check your criminal
Vicious.
record before selling you stamps.
especially when you thought you knew someone. I say I'm you know, that cut me deep. That did.
Interesting.
I can understand you having your own views, but I just don't understand the link between us helping you
You heard
and
much
you.
about the insurgency, my friend.
I just turned my voice
I've
down.
heard this and that,
You know,
I
you
hear a
join
lot
the
of
group
things.
doing what you do against us after we've done what
Don't
we've
really
done.
follow politics.
You know,
But
that
that's
cuts deep. You can have your own
possibly the
views,
problem.
which, you know, you're entitled to. But I've got my own views, and I think when I think I know someone and I've got it completely wrong, that cuts deep.
Vicious, cold-blooded.
Yeah,
I'll take it as a compliment.
absolutely. Take it however you wish. Take it however you wish. God damn it. But I think I'd have shot him here. I didn't realise that was them. God damn it. I had a chance. And if I'd have waited... Oh, hello. Mr. Irish, is it? That's what I mean about them being other ones.
Oh yeah, did you get the prison yesterday?
Am I gonna do?
Which one? What, the two bangs? Was that you?
So
Was
we
that
can
you
go ahead and
guys?
put our
Couple of
guns back
flashbangs.
away.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Weren't
Thank
sure if
you.
were there, but
Yeah, I was there. I
That-
was there,
That
but
goes for everybody.
that was the usual.
thought we'd wake you
What's
up.
your name there, Sugar?
I was wide awake. But
Sugar. Name's Santiago. I believe we met
Oh.
last night.
Santiago.
Um, no.
now what we want
No, you
is
didn't
for the
meet
children
me.
of Rock to attack,
No,
and we all
I'm
team
not.
up and take
no,
him out.
I'm not.
Put
I'm
the
not
gun
on
away
them.
for now, actually.
No,
Santiago.
you know what? I'm gonna
I've got a
side with
question for
Santiago because when the clowns were healed, they all had their fucking
Oh,
guns
fair
out and no
enough.
one did.
Yeah, I don't
anything
think
about
I'll be
it.
doing
Well,
that.
Like I
well,
said.
I wasn't working that night, so you're gonna put your fucking guns away.
I don't like
Okay.
the aggression.
Well, I don't like the fact that you have your guns out.
No one's gonna get shot.
I should have
For our
swiped.
safety.
I should have swiped a bit further and got one of them.
So either holster 'em or get out in the road.
So what's gonna happen if
Pretty
we
sure
don't
we're
holster
done
'em?
here anyways.
Well, you should just know what I said earlier. You're my neighbor. Until you give me a reason not to. Y'all are giving me a good reason not to be my neighbor.
Interesting.
Yeah, stand up for
The
them.
clowns
No,
gave you
thanks,
reason not to
mate,
be their
just like-
neighbor?
I need to ask them a couple of questions anyway. So,
I don't know any of the clowns, alright?
But Santiago was probably up there.
Yeah, I ain't met no clowns personally, so I got no opinion.
Oh. But your boy Ernest has, right?
So what if he has?
Honestly, I mean, I may share the same employer, but I've not met him, so he ain't. I mean, I don't.
So this is
Alright.
Anne,
what do you
Well,
know
Big Josh.
about a person called Mason who was here yesterday with the Fireflies?
So Santiago, Roy, Tino.
Mason, he's one of them blackthorns, ain't he?
Ah,
Yeah.
really now?
Is he? He did not tell us
Interesting.
that.
You know what?
Okay.
Just because you gave me that bit of information,
Oh,
I
bore
will
off.
oblige.
Oh,
I
good
do
lord.
appreciate that.
I'm going to clap.
You know, that fella looked real suspicious.
Good to see you, Bob, with the,
Just to
Fireflies.
wind him up.
That is very odd that the Fireflies were hiding a Blackthorn member. You know why they would be doing something like that?
I have
No,
idea.
don't care.
Like I said, I don't follow politics.
Yes, I like Big Josh.
Well
So
then,
you've met
you
Mason
know,
yourself before?
I appreciate the way you're trying to run this business, but again, I've yet to see you ask groups like the Clowns or DAM or FL when they show up to
Here we go.
holster their weapons and such.
Hey,
If you
so,
do that,
Go
that'd be
on.
great.
All right, so I'm gonna talk now.
Yes, yes.
Your leader, who I understand to be Mr. Harry Churches, and your associate Irish were here just the other evening, which happened to be my first day at work, and they witnessed my interactions with other groups. Okay, so you can ask them how I treat people. All right. Why don't you go back and do that?
We might have
We'll
to.
have a chat about it with Harry, yeah.
All right. I think that sounds fine.
What's your name, miss?
It's Anne Drysdale.
And pleased to meet you.
Charmed. I'm sure.
Oh, come on now. You can do better than that. Well,
No, I think I'm quite all right.
We done
Rusty,
here
is
to meet my
Gideon home?
boys.
I'm not sure. I've been out scavenging today, and I haven't been back, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So again, and we're gonna circle back around here. Your coworker, Ernest, watched the clowns. What is it that they did? They made a guy shoot the pumps and blow himself up.
They blew him up on the gas station. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ernest just sat
What's he
back,
supposed to
watched,
do?
and laughed. So you have a huge problem with us having our guns out, but then you're allowing things like that to happen here. I know you said you weren't working there, Miss Ann, but would you have done different than Mr. Ernest had you been here?
Well, I don't care for people carrying on while I'm working. I can't speak for everybody else, and I will let Autumn let me know what she prefers. Okay? But for now, I wasn't working. And like I said, you can go back and ask Mr. Harry Churches how I treat my customers.
There's one.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. I reckon we'll come back and ask Mr. Ernest himself then about that situation.
Okay?
Do you know when he's next going to be at work?
Yeah, I ain't got no idea. He comes and goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, last I checked, he's a grown adult.
Well,
Kind of establishment you run in here when people can just show up for their shifts whenever they want to.
Oh my.
Ain't my establishment to run, brother. I just work
yeah,
here.
it's not mine. Yeah, I'm just trying to provide the people of Chernarus with some salty snacks and a Fanta.
Would I have
And
taken
so
the shot?
there are those in those tents if you do wish to partake.
Would I have
Otherwise,
taken the
you know,
shot if I'd have known?
that's just fine.
Well, the thing is, like, Santiago was probably on the hill behind me.
All right.
So,
I think we're done here then.
Yeah,
Before we leave, let me give you this bit of warning. Just like Mr. Rusty here, well, you sound just like them, really. I just want to sit back and hand people food or whatever the fuck. Passiveness is egregious. Passiveness is violence. Passiveness is nothing but sanctuary for murderers, bandits, and cannibals to do as they please around here. Won't stand for it, and we'll be watching.
Passiveness.
all right.
Yeah,
Passiveness
before you
is
go,
also
I wanna
shooting
make
innocents
something
from the
clear to
hill.
you.
That wasn't talking to you, Mr. Rusty.
But it was true, though.
Yeah.
Go
I
on.
want to make clear that this is a business. You've mistaken us for some sort of militia or faction. It's a business.
Yeah, I don't care who you are. We won't stand by and watch as people like you, as I said, allow bandits and murderers and cannibals to do as they please.
Y'all ever been to a grocery store?
Ooh, man. Long time, I reckon. Yeah.
been a while.
Did they run a background check before you got in that grocery store?
No, but
Yes.
should you be causing
I
trouble
got-
and try to kill somebody, you'd be
breaking
promptly
news for
kicked out
you.
or arrested back in the old world, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I got breaking news for you. This is the apocalypse. I don't know if you
Well,
noticed.
Well, aware of
Well-
that, feller. Just because we're trying to provide some sense of specialization, serving as an example of how we can all work together to improve this situation we all find ourselves in, doesn't mean we's delusional.
Feeding psychopaths, cannibals, and murderers is not improving anything, my friend.
Neither shooting people from the hill.
Again,
Religious
we ain't
man.
doing that. We's a gas station.
Well, it's clear that these people are about as delusional as Mr. Rusty and his people here, so doesn't look like we're gonna get anywhere.
Well, all right.
I picked that up from the clowns.
Are we done here?
I reckon so.
Would you like us to accompany you home, Rusty?
No, I think I'll go back by myself. Thank you. It's not too far. It can be quite
We'll
dangerous.
watch your back for you.
I do appreciate the offer, but I think if these fine people are here, I'll just hang about with these for a little while, just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Be on the safe side.
Let's be careful out there by yourself.
I try to
People
be.
out there to get you.
Yeah, there's like 4 in front of me right here. So you're true in what you're saying again. Yeah. I say it as I see it.
That you do.
I do indeed.
Hey, you're wearing a helmet. That's an improvement.
It is.
Congratulations, sir.
It
I think
is.
we're making a difference.
Well, I got hit square in the chest with a shotgun from about this sort of distance, and I survived. So I know it hasn't got the same resistance from 308 from the hill, but it's a start.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to test that sometime.
But yeah, I'll say I look forward to it. I don't, but I can't stop it. So I'll just have to get better at dodging, I guess.
Keep your head
All
down.
right, now.
Watch out though, because your legs seem awfully unprotected.
Yeah. Well, how about now?
Fucking psycho, jeez.
Well,
I don't even know what to say to that, Mr. Rusty.
I think I'm done here.
I think.
Y'all have a lovely
Stay safe
evening.
out there. You as well, Ms. Ann.
Take care now.
Stay
Adios.
safe out here.
Yeah, apologies for that. I wouldn't have shot at them, but we've been shot at enough by them. I haven't got the patience. You've had a taste of what they can be like, trying to dictate to you. I mean, everybody's free to survive how they want, but yeah, I wouldn't have done it. You know, it's not how we are. But if I see them in the wild, because it's difficult to identify them clearly enough. But anywhere else, and I'm going to take a shot. They've shot at us enough from the hill. They've shot at us in the industrial. We got ambushed by them. I think was it yesterday or the day before. I'm surprised. I mean, yeah, they are a nuisance, and unfortunately, very similar to what we do. You know, you don't care who people are as long as they respect the area, and that's what they can't get through. They think you should be, and they're, to me, just as bad as the people who say they're bad, refusing to put their guns away. I mean, I might get my leg broken in a moment. I've got a feeling that I may get my leg broken, or I might get coasted. So if I do, it's one of those things. But I'm really happy how you stood up. You're not standing up for them, but stand up for your values, because they will push people around. They will twist things, and I couldn't help chipping in a couple of times because I am that frustrated. And like I say, Roy the reptile, I call him, because he used to be a really good bloke, and then he joined them, and that's what I can't understand. You can have your own views about different groups, but
Real good name.
I used to think he was all right. I've covered for him with a couple of things, and that's how he treats us. I don't ask for payment. I was going to say that's how he repays you, but it wasn't done for a thing. It was done because I thought he was a friend. And he's shot at us from the hill. He's ambushed us, so I was clearly wrong. But hopefully he's a one-off.
Yeah, no, I think it was real fortuitous that you were here, friend.
Well, I saw some people come across, and I thought it was Blackthorn to start with because of how they were dressed from the distance. I was up that hill there, but as always, I think Santiago was probably behind me. So if I had started to take shots, he would have probably been behind me because he came down from that hill. just, I know because you've got all the stuff, I'm sure you may know, with those lights, you can connect those up to a car battery and a piece of wire, and there's no generator noise. But you do need one battery for each light, so it's silent.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not aware of that.
Yeah, a piece of wire, a car battery, and you can connect them to the industrial lights, and they're silent. The only thing you have to be careful of, they will disappear regardless of having a flag up. So if you put them away every night in a tent,
sure.
they'll be fine. But yeah, but yeah, apart from that, how are things been going here?
Well, we've had a real quiet day. I mean, y'all are the first people of any substance that's shown up here other than a few drifters who came in, grabbed some food, and left. We had an arsonist here the other night. Don't know if you heard about that.
No.
Yeah, some mute feller came in here and started lighting fires everywhere. Burned every one of our shelters to the ground.
Oh,
the
no.
bulletin board, the notes, everything in the shelters. Yeah.
Did
They
did a little prayer go in?
yeah, the prayer went in and it was successful.
Fantastic. You can keep that if you need to. You can keep
Oh, well, thank you.
that. And
Thank you. Here. Here.
And is that's for your vest if you need to? Do you need that for your vest?
You know what? I've got one, but thank you.
No problem.
Anything you on the hunt for?
No, I've just been out and about. I went up to Mokolevka. I've been around trying to scavenge stuff. But I did hear from the Legionnaires yesterday or the day before that the bagheads have been in Cherno quite recently and quite a while. I don't know if you've had any down here yet, but they are. He said they normally run around with stab vests and BKs and stuff, but he said they've now got ballistics and Mosins.
Oh my.
Yeah. You deal with them how you see fit, but they're the only people, including like the insurgency, but they're the only people I'll try and shoot at if I see them, because nothing good has ever come from a baghead. Nothing good has come from a baghead. They're quick, they're lethal, and they're good with low tier stuff. Another
We can
guy
go over here in the shed if y'all want warm up.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Ooh. You have an extra glow stick?
I haven't got any, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we're all right. A lot of fire here.
Yeah, we'll be alright with the fire, yeah.
Yeah, to
These
be honest.
bagheads, yeah, I've only heard what you've said about them. I don't know much.
So, the church in between, or the cemetery between Prigoroki and Cherno by the gas station, that's a significant point of interest to them on the map. But they have been seen in, Kozlovka. They were up in Gorka, not recently, but they've been all around, and there's like a group of up to like 4 of them. They terrorised us for a while, running in, shooting people downstairs. But
is there anything about them that's distinguishing other than the fact that they wear a bag on their head?
So, if they haven't found a bag, they tend to bandage their face up. They don't like showing their face without a bag. So they'll tend to and they don't speak. They tend to whistle and use sign language, but they don't speak. I think the leader might, but I haven't met any that speak. Sometimes you'll have people not realising that's what it is, because they realise you can make a bag out of a burlap, and they think it's fun to run around with, but we try to advise them that it's not a good look. If we hear them speak, we know they're potentially not proper ones. But the prop, like I say, the original ones, they don't speak. They tend to be quite brutal because they will. Does anybody like any chicken? Do you need any food?
I've got my own, thanks. Kind of you to offer, though.
Oh, no, I'm fine.
I mean, me and Gideon bumped into one, and he was cooking people over a fire outside Electro PD.
Do you think that if they didn't have a bag, do you think they would wear like just like a regular mask or something, like a mime mask? Or?
So generally, I've only seen a couple without, and one had a scarred face and was hiding his face with his hand. Yeah, he was. I don't know if I can. Where are we? Where are we? That one. They tend to do that. If they haven't got anything on their face and they meet somebody, they tend to try and avoid any sort of like eye contact, and they'll tend to put their hand.
Hello?
Hello? Who's there?
Hello?
Hey there.
Hi there.
Oh, hey there. Hi there. Oh, there.
Welcome to To Go
Hello.
Petrol.
Oh, is this what this is called, huh? That's cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I walked
Yeah.
up and the lights just turned on. I'm like, whoa.
Oh,
guess I go
yeah, yeah. You
Let's
good?
see,
you got
Do
this,
you need
Sam?
anything to drink?
No,
Oh,
I need
yeah,
a different shirt. I
I'm
look like
sorry.
a fucking.
Well,
over
I don't think I've
Nah.
got a spare shirt. But here, come over here. Just something to drink. Take your water bottle. There's a well on the hill, and then.
It's like he's fresh from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've cleaned us out, but here I've got this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's real
I
good to
have
know
some
about the
chicken.
backheads. I'll keep an eye
You
out for
can
them.
go into
Yeah,
the.
I'm not sure anybody
okay.
who knows them. I don't know. There might be people that
Well,
have got
if
some
you,
sort of connection,
if you
but
want to get warm, you're welcome to come over here by the fire.
yeah, and I don't like saying it because again, we very rarely shoot at anybody.
No,
Hi guys.
do
I don't.
get
I'm
warmed up.
Stan.
Hello, hello.
Right.
I know where he's
Gonna
going.
warm up.
No problem.
Oh, Stan.
Yes, that's me. You know me?
Oh, I do think we met.
Oh, I've been
Down in
asleep for
Snickersville?
like a long couple weeks, so I need to,
Oh, okay.
put everything
Oh,
on that.
and somebody else is running around with the same name then, I guess.
Oh, we can't have that.
Oh,
Would you
that
like
guy
a
was a real
I'll let it
asshole.
slide.
would you like a map, Stan, of these lands in particular?
No, I'm alright. I'm pretty familiar with the lands.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate the gesture, though.
No problem. Yeah, it just
The
shows.
Woodsmen, right?
Yeah, you're Woodsman, yeah,
I think we spoke
Prigoroki.
before, yeah.
There's a
So do you
bunch
guys
of
have a-
knives over here in this bag. You need
Oh,
a
hell
knife,
yeah.
feller.
Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. I'm Big Josh.
Hey, Big Josh. You part of a group? It's just like your home, your business.
I work here at the gas station too. Yeah.
Yeah. So how's business?
Well, when fellers aren't shooting at us, making threats at us, extorting us for protection, it's pretty good.
Who's extorting you?
Oh, you name them.
Oh, let's see how it is. The strong
Seriously,
prey of the weak.
every group's giving us the same script almost. It's kind of shocking.
You want it into look. Do you have any run-ins with my guys yet? The Oasis?
Who are your guys?
Northern Oasis.
Oh, no. I did
Can't
talk
say
to
I've
Mrs.
met
Spud on the
anything, but I
radio,
don't
though.
think-
Oh yeah, you like Spud?
But
Well, it's one of our loyalist members. True
Yeah,
brother.
I just had a lovely conversation with him on the radio. We
Yeah.
just happen to be on the same frequency.
Yeah, he does his spot. He's a podcast, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If you guys ever want to do some advertising, you know, yeah, like you can make an ad for you guys and you know, broadcast it, and maybe you guys get some better customers. You guys are interested in it,
well.
of course. Nothing to think about.
Yeah, that's very kind of Arthur. I had just brought that up to Josh just earlier, didn't I?
You sure did. And I said we'd have to check with Autumn, the owner here, because it's ultimately her say who represents her business. I sure hope I'm doing a good job most of the time.
You said you heard that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
Autumn.
her name is Autumn.
Right, I don't think I've met her.
Well, you said you'd been asleep for a while, so I imagine so. Imagine that you hadn't.
Yeah, like a hibernation sleep, you know, like a couple months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
Alright, well, I think my boys are gonna pick me up with the car soon. But I'll definitely tell them to stop by here, because you guys don't mix your fucking petrol with any water, right? Or my engine is not gonna like get ruined or anything like that, right?
No, that'd ruin our reputation pretty quick if we pulled monkey business
exactly,
like
yeah,
that.
no, I just okay, just making sure, you know, because I don't know if you guys know the guy, but Laser, he's one of our newest members, Squire now. But he's a very good driver, and he takes very good care of his guns. He loves that thing. Yeah, he loves it, and he would be heartbroken if something would happen to it, like giving it some bad juice, right?
Do you think that any station with assault would do that?
Well, I don't know. You know, you never know, man. Girl, ma'am, I guess. You never know. I've seen some people do some weird stuff.
Well, what you can tell, Lasers, we've now got full service parts hunting and vehicle fixing up in operation. So if he ever loses a door for his vehicle, we'll go out and find it,
I'll let him
deliver
know.
it, and put it on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks like this car at the moment kind of looks like a rainbow car, so I think he'll definitely be interested.
Oh.
Yeah, we got a full service garage opening up here, and yeah, we can get it nice and fixed up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna make my way into Electro, see if I can find some stuff. Get different shit there because I look ridiculous. We got party too hard last night.
Nice to meet you, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Do you need a gun?
Yeah, but you guys, thanks. I mean, I'll take a pistol if you have a pistol or something. Oh yeah, I'll take that. Oh, oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, long live the Oasis, and I'll be back soon with my car.
And just to make one thing clear, Ann gave you that firearm in a personal capacity, not as an employee of 2 Gold Petrol. That was a personal favor she did.
Oh yeah, that was. I'm sorry. I was
just want to make that clear so people don't start showing up here with guns and people don't think we're arming random people we don't know.
No, goodness
Because
gracious,
I'm
no,
sure
give it back to me.
them fascists that were here earlier would love
Give it back
that.
to me. I was just trying to
No,
give it back
it's a
to me.
gift. Nah, all right. You want it back? All right, I'll get it back.
Well, I don't know. Sorry.
Nah,
There's
your
a
boss will
personal
get
gift
upset.
between friends.
It's all right. It's all right.
Just making it
I'll
clear.
just get out of here, right? I don't want to get you in trouble. Hey, thank you for the
Oh,
butter
thank
and
you.
the chicken.
Oh.
Long live the Oasis.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, see you later, Stan.
Back. Ciao.
Okay, take care. Sorry.
It's all right. I mean, your heart was in the right place. You're trying to be a good neighbor and help out a feller you just met.
Yep.
But I'm sure those fascists would love to see that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's a real good point. I think I just got a little,
But can I just? But please, but not. I'm not. Don't stop doing what you want to do, because I can see that was an innocent. I know it might be against the policy, but we do the same. We may give the odd pistol out to someone and the Northern Oasis have always been fine with us, even to the point in the past they've had a surplus of like long range guns, and they've brought us a couple down for nothing, just to get rid of them. And they know we struggle to get long rifles. They've always been all right to us, and I don't know Stan personally, but the Northern Oasis have always been sound with us. And if you ever do get the chance and you go up that way, speak to Mr. Bones, and he can give you a tour of the castle, and you can see like the bone tree there. It's very interesting, but don't. I mean, we know you don't hand stuff out willy-nilly, but that is unfortunately the sort of thing that they see, and they, I gave Highlander a piece of dog meat when he came past, when he was fresh, and this is when Roy. I didn't realise this at the time, and this is why I've got an immense dislike. I don't like hate, but immense dislike for Roy, because I think it's good still there. I really do. But he was downstairs, and I saw someone sneaking around, so I got my gun out, and it was Highlander from Forsaken Loyalists. And I put my gun away because I recognised the voice, and I know they're going to be no trouble when they come through, especially when they're fresh. All they want to do is move on. They don't want any trouble, so I gave him the only piece of food I had, and off he went. But obviously Roy the Snake relayed that back, unbeknown to me, relayed that back to Mr. Churches, saying that I was treating Highlander like some sort of mafia boss. And I gave Roy some 308. I mean, we don't have much of that, but I gave him some because I thought he was okay. And then they had the great joy in telling me when we met them, the group, that they then took that 308 and they started to shoot up the helping hands with it. And they tried to use that as an example of helping bad people. Well, I didn't give Highlander any ammunition. I gave it to who I thought was, and that's why I've got that. I feel really disappointed. Hate's a strong word, but immense disappointment that I still think there's good there, and I think he's got caught up in loyalty to Mr. Churches somehow.
I should have invited them fellers to come here and work a shift.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's why I told him to go ask Harry, because he bore witness to me working, so...
I really hope it remains sort of like that sort of level, and I really do. But my experience is they'll probably lean on you more and more if they see it, and they do a lot more watching than they do shooting. So they probably see coming, and I've never lied to them. We saw Blackthorn come past. Well, you did. What do you want us to do? Well, they had their guns out. Well, they do, because you're probably, they're going to get shot at, and if they come downstairs, they generally put them away. But when they're travelling through, they won't put them away because that's Blackthorn. But one thing I will say, they don't tend to get up to anything when they're down by us. Now, if they do stuff away, we can't control that. But they will go, we saw so-and-so coming past, or we know you're giving them this, giving them that. And it may get elevated to them taking shots, unfortunately, as to try and put extra pressure on. It's not constant, but it's enough to slow you down in your mission. Like with us, that it slows us down. But I treat every day as it comes. If it's your day to get a hospital visit, that's your day to get a hospital visit, and if it's not, it's not. Because if you worry, we did initially, we were worried, and we'd be in the base for hours on end worrying about getting shot. I'm past that now. I try to carry as little on me as possible, just in case, because they will take your ammunition and scopes if they need them. But they do. If there is a silver lining, they just take what they need. and leave everything else they don't. So it's not always that bad. But yeah,
Right.
you know, they want you to do what they say. They want you. Their ultimate goal would be for you to be shooting Blackthorn, FL, and Dam as they came past, and the clowns as they come past. That would be their. You know, you would get invited to Christmas Day if that was something you were doing.
Well.
But then you wouldn't last here, because instead of having the way we look at it is we've got potentially one group really angry at us. If we'd done what they wanted, we would have 6 or 7 groups really angry at us.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and with their solution, we'll never do that. You know, you can have relationships with other groups that are mutual respect or tolerance. You know, and if you don't upset them, they leave you alone. As soon as you upset them, you know, we've got enough on our plate. Like, you'll have enough on your plate without having to worry about people coming down and paying you a visit because they think that you've now said they can't come past a gas station. You know?
Well, they just strike me as the type who like to have their panties in a twist about something anyway.
Yep. Absolutely. And they said they saw Ernest. Well, again, Ernest was probably here by himself. The clowns, we get on well with the clowns. They can be extremely intimidating if you're by yourself, and there's very little you can do. So they know that. And, you know, so hopefully it stays at this. But they do, if you do start taking random shots, they normally do get on the radio so they can berate you even more over the airwaves. But they do tend to take credit. But I hope that doesn't regress to what we've got, because they shot at Autumn, I believe, when she came past the embassy. I think she said when we bumped into yourself up near Kamashovo. So then they don't.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
And I do think Mr. Churches is far more gone than the rest of them. The others occasionally seem quite reasonable. He is unfortunately been in the hills himself for a long time, and he will tell you that there's no innocence in these lands. So people will get shot if they come here, because he'll associate, you know, anybody at the embassy as being complicit in what we allegedly do. So people have unfortunately been shot at or been sent back to the hospital. It is a shame.
It's just got to be exhausting to think like that every minute of every day. You know, like his insides and his mental fortitude has got to be all in knots just from how tightly he thinks things should be, and I just can't imagine living like that.
Well,
let alone acting on it.
The difficulty is he was thought of, and still for some people, as an extremely good person at one point. He was very resolute in his beliefs, but I think through a series of things that have gone on, he's lost close friends to some of the groups that he despises, and he's been alone for a long while, but he's still thought highly of. You know, he was leader of the Fireflies at one point, and they are very similar. I don't know if you've had any dealings with them, but they are very similar in their beliefs, but he's prepared to go that much further.
Yeah.
I stopped there, and after an altercation here at the station, I went up there. This was before I was working here. But I went up there and I met with the Fireflies, and they were real nice to me.
They can be, you know, they can be, and I think, I mean, if they try to enforce, you know, not the law, but they try to enforce the safe place for everybody, and sometimes you don't do popular things.
Right.
And I understand, you know, we're not that type of group. You know, they are, so they will, you know, go that step further. They will draw guns. They will search people, but that's how they do things, and it's not popular, and they make a lot of enemies. But as always, there's two sides to a story. So you'll hear off one group that they done this, but when you speak to them, that's not how it happened.
Yeah. It's a real mess, and it just goes to show that you can't really, trust any he said, she said in these lands, you know, especially from such highly political groups.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big believer in hearing it from the source, and then you can hear differences in the story. So if, for example, I heard something from the Fireflies, I wouldn't relate that. I would say go and speak to them, because that's where it came from. Because I could get a name wrong, I could get a date wrong, and that could end up causing confusion. So I'd always try and direct people to the source.
Right. I'm sure you can understand with the fella like Ernest working here, there's been lots of rumors about us.
Well, he's always forthcoming in what he, he got force-fed. He's not practicing. That's fine, And we, I learned early on about unsuspecting, getting caught up in that. There was a guy who I met a long time ago, and exactly the same thing happened to him. And I saw him at the well, and he started to giggle, and I'm like, What happened to you? Because I saw him quite a lot, and he said similar sort of thing. I think that was potentially the clowns, but obviously, and he said I'm living with it, Whereas, and that shows a lot more,
Sure.
Character than, running in front of the next car you see.
Right.
But I do, and he also knew the risk of what people would think. Now. We've got the same view. If people decided to live like that, it's their choice. I'm not personally a fan of it, but I'm not going to dictate to people what they can and can't do. The apocalypse is a horrible place, and people deal with it how they see fit. And if I had a massive issue, I'd be running after Dam, I'd be running after Blackthorn, or and the clowns, any members that may have that, but they're free to survive how they want. I'm not going to dictate how they should survive. And unfortunately, Mr. Churches and his group, they're on that path of dictating their way.
Absolutely. And that's another thing that I think is the kind of the example Autumn's trying to provide here. She's, trying to be sort of an equal opportunity employer,
Mm-hmm.
Employing the unemployable and, giving some folks a chance who wouldn't have a chance much elsewhere,
Yeah. But some people don't, I know some of them may have been around a long time and have seen all sorts of stuff, but, and dare I say, what the groups that are deemed to be bad groups, where you stand with them. I don't think we've been shot at from FL. I don't think we've been shot at from Blackthorn. I think the clowns might have shot at us for fun, but not seriously tried to hit us. The insurgents are the only one, and the Fireflies in the past, are the only ones that have actively shot at us other than crackheads. So they're the bad guys, the insurgency, because they're doing more shooting than any of the bad groups, because we don't, we just give them a piece of fish and off they go. I did even get taken up to Blackthorn. We had one of our members, they caught him in, this is before he was a woodsman, they caught him in the Sobors, and as punishment they made him hunt for them for a couple of weeks, and they wanted a cow, and he managed to get a cow, but he got sent back to the hospital before he had a chance to deliver it. So it was sort of like to recompense him, he brought them probably 3 or 4 times the amount of other meats, deer, sheep, but he could not find a cow. Well, they finally let him go, or one of them said, "You've done enough," you finally let him go. And when he joined the Woodsmen, we went up there for something, and they recognised his voice. So then we inherited the debt of the cow, because they remembered his voice, and they remembered, I think it was Lincoln, remembered that he didn't get him a cow. Long story short, we got him a cow, but then it wasn't a sow-bore cow, so the goalpost moved every time. So we got them a cow, but then it was late, so then we owed them fish. And then the next thing I know, I'm in Mokolevka and they take me up to Blackthorn, break my leg, rob me, and dictate that we need to give them a bag of fish every 2 weeks, which we've never done and we haven't done. So they can turn on you. Blackthorn will always be Blackthorn, but they haven't asked us for it again. But we've told that to the insurgents, but they're not happy with that. We said that they took me up there, they broke my leg, we refused their thing. What more do you want? Well, when they come down, tell them to put their guns away. But and also we've been slowed down considerably with after the storm, but groups like Blackthorn Dam, they're still thriving. We've only barely got established so we can help survivors, let alone supply them as they assume we do, which we don't, but they're still thriving.
Right.
Whether we're helping them with a piece of fish or not, and that's what they can't get through their skulls. They'll still survive without us. We've never have supplied them with like weekly deliveries of fish or anything like that to any of them, and they still survive. So their point about us, giving them a piece of fish, they equate that to us giving them guns, ammunition, bullets, because they still carry on to do their deeds up north. Well, they do that anyway.
Sure. Yeah, it's that's the thing about it. Yeah.
I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you though.
All right.
I'm gonna get out here and shut these generators and check the supply. Really appreciate you stopping by,
Yeah,
Rusty.
no problem. I'll head back. But it's always nice. Again, I always try and pop by. We popped by yesterday on our way up to Mokolevka. We try to do that when we're out and about, going past people that we know, just to keep an eye on things, see if anybody needs any help.
We popped by yours earlier, and y'all weren't home.
Yeah.
So glad to see you now.
Yeah, at the moment we'll be back in numbers shortly, but at the moment there's only like a couple of us. So we normally always have, in the ideal scenario, we have 1 or 2 people always at base, with people going out and about looking for stuff. But we're just a little bit short on numbers at the moment. But like I said, then I was upstairs when they threw a couple of flashbangs at us yesterday. They have put claymores upstairs as well. They blew Gideon up with a claymore. They set a tripwire upstairs.
Oh my.
Yeah.
What a man.
Well, even when we were up at the Helping Hands, they threw a grenade through the barn, not caring who was inside.
That ain't right.
Well,
So against, they might be hurting good people.
and that's the thing.
So against
They don't
Exactly.
care. They don't care. That's the problem. They're past caring. They don't care who they get involved, because if you're there, you're guilty, or you're just as bad in their opinion. But I still think that's more of Mr. Church's than it is the rest of them at the moment. But I think they'll all
I'm
come.
starting to think we should treat them like clowns. Like, just look at them like they're crazy when they're spouting off their nonsense, not even trying to entertain their twisted logic.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't know them, or you didn't know the lands, they would, it can sound quite convincing if you didn't know the groups they were talking about. But if they did, they're free to do what they want. If they did, if we did want to take fish up to Blackthorn, we would, but we don't, and we haven't. We're not getting dictated to. But yeah, I'll let you carry on. But like I say, with the lights, if you use a car battery and a wire, there's no generator. But the batteries do drain.
That's a clever tip.
Yeah, the batteries do drain, but you can charge them up then with the battery chargers. Well, if you
sure
hit,
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Let us know if we
No.
can do anything for you.
yeah, no problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you hear shots when I go, it's probably. I mean, I'm surprised if they're up there now watching.
All right.
It is what it is, but yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right.
Yep. Well, I shall catch you later.
You be safe there, sugar.
Yep.
All right. See ya.
Yeah. See you later, Josh.
Be safe.
Yeah, I bored them out of the apocalypse. I think I got Roy. I think I got 2 or 3 of them. I think. Well, he said I had nice legs. I'm glad I popped down now. But they're watching now. They're probably going to break my leg. But that's the way, like I say, to disrupt somebody occasionally is let them know that, you know, break their leg but not finish them off. Yeah, like... I think Santiago as well. But yeah, so the plus side of that is, and again as always, is they weren't. Now Santiago might have been in the hills, or he might have logged in and come down to meet him, or he could have been overwatching. Quite often, I reckon he would have been overwatching. But they are vulnerable. So that's what I took away from that. If it was light, I mean, I don't think I would have shot at them there because they could have ended up shooting them. But they are vulnerable. Now, I don't, you know, if Irish and Mr. Churches had been around, you know, I don't know how long I could have stayed there for, but I would have got... And it is one of those things, once you start... You know, it's like if you ever and someone starts to giggle, you see their shoulders start to go, and that can crack everybody else up. But yeah, so that was a positive. Then, you know, they're vulnerable in, you know, when they're out and about, they're vulnerable. They're either getting confident, or they're either getting overconfident because they don't think they've got any threats down here. So that was good to know. That was good to know that, you know, there was 3 of them. Again, Santiago, I reckon, would have been in the hills somewhere, and I might have actually run into him, you know, going through there. But that's a good point, that they are, at times, they're going to be vulnerable, and if they're going to be paying them visits more often, you know. Yeah, they've probably seen me come through here. I'll probably get shot at, get my legs broken. I think if Mr. Churches had been around, I'd probably got shot then. Yeah, so that was Roy that flashbanged this. Yeah, Roy the reptile. Why is that? Well, you're cold-blooded. You're a snake. And I thought you were all right. But you're not. You're just like them. Yeah, I'm not sure the train's going to appear here if people are around. But there'll be times when it's empty enough. When we're not here, they're not there, and the train will pop in. They'll spin that. They'll spin that into, oh, you were doing it all along. You know. But again, if we wanted to, you know, we would. we wanted to. I gotta be careful. I won't be surprised if we get shot getting into the base at some point. There's at least 4 of them around. At least 4 of them. Yeah, but yeah, that is the thing. I still will say, every group would have traded at times to get stuff for the better of the group. That might be explosives, it might be epoxy, you know. Obviously nobody knows. Obviously, so when we upset Dam and they came and raided us, you know, we had to pay them 4 sticks of epoxy because of our involvement. Even though they pushed they raided us, they pushed the truck off a cliff and wrote that off. But to get them off our backs, I think it was this storm. Me, and Una went up there and they weren't home to drop some epoxy off to them. And I think we took them 6 sticks of epoxy. Well, they wanted 5 and we took an extra 1. And they've left us alone. They will have, and this is the ironic thing, and this is why I don't get too like emotionally caught up in it, because I know full well for the betterment of your group, people will have done, you know, when I say deals, that covers a multitude of things, whether it's an agreement not to shoot at each other. Yeah, it was. I think it wasn't this one, was it? We weren't set up. But I went up by myself and dropped it off. So I think so even if we did choose to do it, you know, people can be high and mighty when they're in a position where they don't need it. But if you need nails, well, that's the way to sort of do it, to keep them off your back. We had extra, we don't need it. So we have dealt with Dam. But the context is, we may have been with the clowns when... oh, who's that? I think he saw me then. Somebody's there. So it might have been that chat with a bow. He might be the guy that is up by the summer camp. That wasn't a baghead, was it? Yeah, every group would have done deals like that. Nah, it wasn't a bag. I'm sure it wasn't. Yeah, so like I say, we got caught up in that. Now, you know, we could have argued to toss the truck and the raid, but I think it was because Poopy, who hadn't been around for a while, he heard about it, and that's why they came back down again. So you can get like secondary effects from when people wake up, you know, when people come back to the server after a little while, they hear stuff that's gone on, even though it's dealt with, they'll have their input. And obviously Poopy wasn't pleased that we got involved in that, so that sort of brought it up again. And again, I'm sure they may pay us a visit, but if we don't do anything to upset them, they'll leave us alone because they've got enough on their plate. You know, so I didn't see which way he went. I thought he might have saw me. So like I say, yes, we have, but it's our business. It's it's our business to deal with stuff as we see fit, you know. We don't pretend to be like righteous, but there will be times that deals would have been done for the betterment of the group to get stuff, and you can stand by your morals. But that's not necessarily going to get you very far. Yeah, that's not necessarily going to get you very far. So and again, it will be okay for them to do it, but not anybody else. quite conscious we can get we're gonna get shot unlocking that door. Yahtzee. I'm not going to pick it. I'll leave that badly damaged one. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I think that was that guy I saw earlier. And this is why I think if you didn't have headphones on, I heard him sort of like footsteps coming around there, and he ran through there to there. No, 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 no. Oh my God. You can't write it, can you? Unless somebody's been shot up here. You gotta lock that as soon as you come in. Unless they've... I suppose you could have disconnected. Huh. Oh, there you are. That. Did you have a little? Did you get abducted?
Yes.
Oh.
Back in here.
Yeah, I put it on the thing. I I bumped into the insurgents by the gas station. They're starting to apply pressure to them. Yeah, not happy that they're doing what we're doing, essentially, with, excuse me, allowing people coming through. There's 4 of them: Santiago, Tino, Roy, and then there was another one I didn't quite get the name of, but he liked the look of my legs, apparently.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wherever those guys.
They're still around. Ah. Yeah, you got to try and, it's easier said than done, but I always lock it behind me just in case that happens. I've had it happen before where I've mistimed the restart, and I've had it in my hand on the restart. Oh, that'd be a nice little gun for somebody. 6-8 shots. Put that there. Top hat. Another one of them. Yeah, and it can happen again because we can all get abducted in a blink of an eye. But I've just got into the habit because people can, have been getting on the next floor. Because now my luck, they'll sneak in. They can probably still do it while you're doing the lock, but. So I've got a whistle. I'll keep them just in case. I don't need the rags. Put that map away. Oh, was there a cooking pot or were they both frying pans? I think they're both bloody frying pans, aren't they? I'm taking the kettle. Or teapot. I'm not taking the teapot. It was them that threw the flashbangs yesterday as well. When I heard the explosions just before nap time.
Yeah, I figured it was them.
Yeah. Yeah, so there was. I did well.
Before I had my headache, there was where somebody was moving around downstairs. Back and you were here.
Well, as I came in, there was a guy with an improvised bow that I think had been down the fishing spot. And as I got in, I heard footsteps, and he was going, hello, hello, and I did say hello, but I don't think he could hear me. I'm not sure where he went, but he did go, hello, hello. But I just heard, he was very quiet. He was very quiet. But, yeah, I've been around again. It's been quite dry again. I went to usual places. Stopped off and saw Sam. She was up in Mokolevka. And then I popped and saw Big Josh and Anna at the and Drysdale at the thing. Well, so a positive thing, and this is something that might, and not to make too much of it, but I was over watching the gas station when 3 of the insurgency came in there, but it was dark and I couldn't quite make out through the binoculars who they were. So they are vulnerable. I think they're getting a bit complacent because they haven't really got any threats down here, any true threats. So in fairness, I think Santiago was also in the hills overwatching because he came down a bit later. But I saw movement by the gas station, stopped in a tree, got my binoculars out, and I saw people with guns. Initially, I thought it was Blackthorn, but I just couldn't tell. But obviously, they wear black. They wear like black clothing. Roy was there, Tina was there, Santiago, and another.
And they let you be.
Well, I went down there not realising it was them. If I had realised that was them, I don't know, would I have taken a shot? I don't know. I can't speculate because I didn't. But I said to him, if I knew it was you, I would have shot at you. And then Anne and Josh was like, we'll have none of that going on here. And I said, no, I wouldn't do it because I respect you, your area too much. But the truth was I didn't know it was them until I got down there and Roy said hello.
They look like everybody else from a...
Well, if it was lighter, I think I would have recognised Roy. If it was lighter. But they were, they left us be. They did what one of them said, watch your legs or something like that. Yeah, they're still around, and I think just what they were saying, because apparently poor Ernest was present when the clowns blew somebody up at the gas pumps, and said he'd done nothing about it. Well, we know what it's like when the clowns are clowning around. There's very little you can do when you're by yourself. And Ernest again,
right.
Isn't.
Yeah, he's a fragile old man.
Yeah.
Good to hear they're sticking up for themselves.
Oh yeah, they didn't. I'm not sure how that would have gone if Harry had been there, because he's got less tolerance for questioning stuff.
Yeah. Surprised he wasn't, or maybe he was in the hills.
Possibly.
He doesn't seem to talk anymore.
No.
Talk anymore.
You think that's pointless?
Yep. What about Irish?
No, he wasn't. There was just the other one wasn't Irish. I don't know who the fourth person was, but there was Roy, Santiago, Tino, and another.
Gotcha.
But
yeah, I woke up a couple times today. I just kind of popped in and looked in the place. It's pretty quiet around here.
Yeah. I mainly went out to see if I could. So if we managed to find, if we managed to find a lock, I think it's. It might be 75. I'm just trying to think how much it would be to make it a small door out of wood. But if we find, we're not in a rush. But if we find 2 bits of metal, we need to bring them up here because we can build that door straight away. The second layer door, we can build that straight away.
Yeah, definitely. But it's Friday, so you know how the things can get over the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It can. But yeah, it's been. I went all round again, and yeah, no real luck. A police convoy that was horrendously light on stuff.
No SSG.
No guns at all. No guns or ammo, I don't think.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I'll find one. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be the day.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Hello, anybody home?
Yes, who goes there?
I don't know. Nobody. Someone without food.
Were you by here earlier?
No, I wasn't.
I don't know. We got any food around here? I tell you what.
I
If
mean,
you go down, what's that?
Yeah, if you don't, I just search for some.
If you go down to the ocean there, you're gonna see a broken ship. If you go over there, there's an oven and a fishing pole. And you should be able to fish over there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Go to the ocean, and then go to the right to the ship.
I'll do that.
Alright, take care. Be safe.
You too.
Did that sound like the guy from earlier?
No. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Washing up.
So I think we're not going to be too bad standing up here. Whereas before you'd get shot through those top bits. We might even be able to put some steps up in one of them. Nobody's, somebody who needs some food. Oh, rags, where can I put them? It sounds like it's still outside. Or somebody is.
Same thing.
I think he's just jumped off the blue crane. Yeah, I think someone's just jumped off the blue crane. Did you see him out? Well, someone has. I saw him jump off.
Don't see no dead body.
No, the blue crane.
Kill himself or he survived?
I wouldn't have. I don't know, but I'm sure I saw someone leap over the handrail at the corner of my eye as I was looking away. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but I'm sure I caught somebody as literally leaping over that handrail. I don't know if that's enough. And it might be high enough, but I think you'd probably break your leg. But he jumped off the next bit, so... And here, you can't restart if you're uncon. If you're uncon, you have to wait until you come round again. But you could fall in the water, I guess, with a broken leg and drowned. But the thing is, I mean, he might have a better spawn, but you're not, you know, play the life you got. That's what you're supposed to do. Because there's no guarantee if he spawns in anywhere else they're going to have food. If it is him, that might have been somebody else. Unless that was an evildoer going to try and take shots at us and accidentally jumped over the railing. Yeah, he'd be behind that yellow container. I don't know if that's worth putting her. Do we put one there? Or do we put one... here? Because those little platforms are quite handy. But your head is exposed. And I think there they might be able to shoot if they see you wiggling. Not from up on the top, but on the tree line. The tree line that runs along there, you're pretty much the same height as we are. Evildoers. Yeah, he's going to be right in the right-hand corner on the floor there. That's where he'll be. If it was him. So we've got no infected that I can see here. Yeah, but yeah, I forget which lock it was, but yeah, I logged out and it was in my hand. I literally got the timing wrong, and I was stood here, ready to put it on the gate. I forget which gate it was. It might have been that one. I think it was the one when we had the gate up here, 2 layers, and the gate, 2 gates. I literally went up to it and it restarted before I had the chance to put the lock on. And that was when there was a massive queue. There was no whitelist. I was like, oh no. Oh, you got to be careful here. We need to panel the bottom of this out.
Rusty?
Yeah. 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 Did you find him? Did you find him? Did you find him, Gideon?
No, sir.
What, by the blue crane?
Nope. Dead body.
Oh, unless he woke up and went into the sea. I'm sure, unless that wouldn't have been an infected glitching. I saw someone jumping off that thing. At the corner of my eye. I spy with my little eye something beginning with...
I forget this one.
Say again, sorry?
Oh, no. I gotta get the code in my brain. Hold on. Yeah, strange.
Yeah, I definitely saw somebody jump off. Unless, like I say, it wasn't enough and he came round with a broken leg and then jumped in the sea.
Possible.
Yeah, because you can't swim with a broken leg. Which I found out in the Livonia bunker when I fell off the
We're in
ladder.
the clear. Clear.
Yeah, for now.
Clear out there, Rusty.
Yeah, like I say, he went over like the right hand side, but I don't know if that's enough. If his body wasn't there, that couldn't have been enough.
Yeah.
Right, I think it is about that time.
Alright, Rusty. Tomorrow's another day, my friend.
Yeah, a couple of bits of metal and we can smash that other door in.
There. We'll get...
Let me just...
You fall asleep with those.
Yeah. Or is anybody... Do you know if you or Couch are going to be on, or is it worth me keeping hold of them?
Hold of them.
Okie doke. I think Gideon's having headaches, or I'm having headaches, one of the two. Yeah, I think we shall call it there for the evening. Just make sure there's no shots or thunder flashes. And we're safely out. Well, again, I wasn't going to go down to the gas station, and I saw movement, and I still wasn't going to go down there. So then I decided to go down there, and that's how the interactions happen. You know, it's all about choices. You know, you can choose to interact, you know, and if the more you try to interact, yes, you might get shot in the face, but there's always a possibility of you just never knowing what's going to happen other than getting shot in the face, you know. And would I have shot at them? Would I have shot at them if I'd have known it was them? I am not sure. I'm not sure. If there's a risk of hitting, because they're all stood quite close together, if there's a risk of hitting them, I don't know. But that is a better sign that there's, you know, a little bit of complacency. Because they haven't really, in all honesty, they haven't got, you know, there's us, you know, we're not necessarily a shooting group, so I'm trying to think who on the coast. I don't think the Fireflies would shoot at them if they saw them, so they have pretty much got free reign. Blackthorn probably would if they saw them, because obviously they raided them. The Clowns probably would if they saw them, but as in on the coast itself, I wouldn't have thought they've got too much of a threat, and I think that could work in our favour. Because if they're going to be visiting the gas station more, there could be potential of, you know, getting back at them. And they haven't left. They've left us alone, but they haven't left us alone. If you know what I mean, they're still around, and that could change at any minute. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get some more metal, put another gate in. We need a 4-dial, and we will carry on with this tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. I know Car 54, I think if you're still here, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And thanks for the subs. Very much appreciated. And you all enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I shall catch you all tomorrow.